Oh, that's a problem. Broke. Oh dear. That's not supposed to happen. Right. A new bug! A new bug in the code has popped up. It... Well, I don't know, I could just... Yeah. I'll try to keep it up. I'll try to keep it up. I got code working again. Cut. The code is up today. It wasn't up yesterday for obvious reasons. Yeah. Anyways. Okay. Let's see. Make sure everything is good before I go in and OBS is already running, but don't give me issues. No. Don't you dare. Don't you dare give me freaking issues. Collect the car clip. I might try. Anywho. I don't fully understand what Discord is doing. Discord is not happy with me today. But that's fine. Nobody needs to care. I might try collecting the recar cliff. I might not. It's... but it's time to download. Da-da-da-da-da-da down... Oh. Ah. Ba 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 da ah ah ba ba na na na. Just me completely butchering it. I told myself I was gonna write more fanfic for Limbus Company today. I've been scared too. I've been terrified. Like, are you kidding me? The next chapter of my fanfic goes and directly loops in part of Limbus Company, and I'm just like, ah! If I get anything wrong, if I am not a precog and able to like fully recognize what's gonna happen, my fanfic will no longer be like dubiously potentially canon. It is a problem. It's a problem I think about all the time because it's just... Anyways. It's time for a lot of polls. Let's go. 2 at the beginning, 2 at the end. That's what I think is gonna work. Hi, Ryan. Am I lucky? The answer is no. I have pulled too many characters over the years to, like, for the game to give me anything. Oh, hey, I got something. Yeah, I've got the Rhodia. I got the Rhodia Eagle, let's go! Was I tired coming all the way here? I need to stop for a moment and take a breather. This heart alone will warm heart. Into the sunset, Rhodion. Dagnabbit. Okay, I try one more time. I use up all of the stuff I have. One more time. Yeah. I got the Rhodia. That is a good thing. Out of everything else I didn't get, I didn't crap, but anyways. I get to run in here with my extra special team of, oh gosh. Should I have threat spin this? Started spinning once. What distinguishes a moss from butterflies? I can't threat spin it again. Sunset Wayfarer. That's the name of it? Huh. Cause just a little bit of like explanation for like what's notable about this with me. Oh, please claim rewards. Okay, fine. Ah, yeah, I was playing on my own. Oh, that floor 6. Yeah, I can grab this. Okay. Let's see, in the gift compendium. It's not... Here we go. Eclipse of Scarlet Moths. Apparently, the Eclipse of Scarlet Moths Ego gift is associated with Sunset Wayfarer based on the design of those moths and the description what distinguishes moths and butterflies, I think it was. Hang on, Rhodia, what did your ego say about that? What distinguishes moths from butterflies? Yeah, okay, so this is Sunset Moths, Sunset Wayfarers, so... Huh. And we have not seen that abnormality. Interesting. Regardless. Give me a second, I had to make a couple modules for that. Yay! So, a quick explanation of what was happening with the Focus Friday today. Today's Focus Friday, like, theme was basically just top to bottom. It was impossible to tie because it was like, I put in all the stuff and then once I submitted it, I realized, oh, they're gonna tie it. So I decided, okay, it's gonna be top to bottom priority. What game is this? This is Limbus Company. It is. Wow. It is my favorite gacha game. Partially because it doesn't feel like a gacha game a lot when you're playing it. Like, a lot of tropes that gacha games are well known for do not stand here. But anyways, for the Focus Friday poll on Discord, Limbus was Limbus Company, Void was Void Stranger, Rift was Rift of the Necro Dancer, Dark was Dark Wood, and Start was Start Again, the prologue to In Stars in Time. We got 3 votes tying together Limbus, Void, and Start. So I used the priority system I had, and Limbus was at the top, so that's what we're playing. Anyways, hard mode of this particular, like, yeah. Basically, for anyone who's confused, this is one of the intervallos, the point in between chapters, specifically the point in between, what was it, chapters 7 and 8, I think. Is there anything left for me to do in Stars and Time? Not particularly, no. I could double check that actually, but Start again is the prologue to it, and so like that was one of the possible options. Let's check in Stars of Time. I think I got all the I am missing 2 achievements for that, which is every single chat with Loop. That doesn't seem the most, yeah. And, oh yeah, get one of the possible. Do something 3 times in a row. So, it's just, yeah. Anyways. Wow. This is retreading old ground between chapters 7 and 8. I think so. Aren't we at chapter 9? Hang on, I need to double check. Event is open. Yeah. Let's see. This is chapter 8. This is chapter 7. This is in between. I was right. Yay! So, let's go. Retreading old ground. Most I play these on my own, but I put up for Focus Friday and people wanted it, so somebody wanted it. Sheep.
단테, 어제 먹고 남았던 케이크 어디 있는지 못 봤어?
I suppose I get to talk about this since I don't usually cover like the hard modes of Intervallos on the stream. I think that Project Moon takes the time with the hard modes to go through and give voice acting to the previous Intervallos that didn't have any. Which is pretty awesome, but it's still in Korean, and I still don't speak that. It is awesome, though. Dante, any idea where that leftover cake from yesterday went? No idea. I mean, why would I know? I can't even eat.
이미 동키가 먹었나?
Darn. Did Donkey already get her paws on him? Rodeo rubbed her tired eyes, muttered something about how we should have partied in her room instead, and stumbled to the back door. Something else I want people to think about, at least while watching the stream. Something I've noticed is that when Project Moon does a hard mode of a previous intervallo, usually that previous intervallo contains elements. Like, direct elements that they're going to be using. You know, it's strictly linear. I think this is the intervallo that took place directly after the LCB checkup, which was a previous hard mode they added. But like between this hard mode and the previous hard mode was an intervallo added where information in the checkup was directly applicable. Namely that of the aspirant W Corp, the Wayfarer company. So, my question will be simple. What do you think is going to be the element they add here? Because out of everything, like, next up in the story is Limbus Company going to N-Corp. So, well, and what previously happened was, like, a lot of stuff about the corridor. You're scrunking me. What? Ah! And now I can't even see the... Ah! I'm too short. Ah! Anyways. Try to spot something. I don't know. The New Year's came swiftly to the inhabitants of the bus after the various incidents at the LCE. Sinners all came from different backgrounds, parts of the city, but annual celebration for New Year's seemed to be a thread that connected their cultures together. They began floating the idea of it. Ah! Okay, I can see again. No. Oh, God. Ryan? We have a glitch. Okay. Let me quickly send you... Did it crash? It is technically still running, but it's not doing anything, so let me quickly just send you some errors. Because I have been working on some, like, look outside voices in my head stuff. I sent you the error message, though. Okay, let's see. Can I reopen stream window? Nope. Not even a little bit. Deck nab. Deck nab. Deck the nab. The deck the nab. You know what to do about that? Let me know when you have a fix out so I can at least, you know, not have to restart my program every time that happens. Or if, like, I could do anything to fix it on my end. I don't know. Began floating the idea of a New Year's party and...
좋네! 그러면 본인이 직접 주최하지!
Excellent! Then permit me the honor of hosting this banquet! With their usual overdramatic boast, coupled with the familiar twinkle in her eyes, Don Quixote declared that there would indeed be a New Year's party, and thus it was decided. What needs to be done is a hash method needs to be added to the XY class. Ah, okay.
또? 아이 저번에도 크리스마스랍시고 뒷문까지 들어가서 난장판을 벌였었잖아.
And after all the hell we went through with the back door and whatnot for the out of season Christmas celebration,
그때는 가져온 장식품으로 버스를 꾸미기만 했지 따로 뭘 하진 않았었는가.
yet I must insist, for 'twas but an effort to decorate the bus, the intent quite divorced from the act of celebration. Don Quixote glanced at Sinclair, sheepishly scratching the back of her head.
아, 저는 이제 진짜 괜찮은데요.
Huh? Oh, don't worry about me, really.
이전에 본인이 난장을 좀 피운 것도 있고
Wow.
물론 본인은 아니었지만 이렇게 분위기를 환기하는 것이
Well, 'tis true that mine actions have brought thee quite the distress. Unintentionally, I might add. Thus I ask thee, wast thou not agreed that a communal event to mark the occasion might freshen both our spirits and bodies? I can't even begin to imagine her amnesiac self even taking a moment to give a damn about how Sinclair might take it. But I guess with memory came tact. Yay.
뭐 다 같이 보내는 첫 새해인데 기념할 만하지 않나? 종소리를 딱 들어줘야 뭔가 넘어가는 기분이 든단 말이지.
You know, it's our first New Year's together. Sure is an occasion for celebration, huh? Gotta hear that bell go ding. To really mark the transition to a new year, right?
다 같이 신년의 첫 해돋이를 보겠구려. 기념할 일이라고 보.
Ah, it seems that we shall be welcoming the first light of the new year in company of one another. This is indeed a cause for celebration.
신년 전야의 국수는 제법 클래식하지.
A bowl of noodles before the last night of the year fades. Classic.
모두들 이렇게 좋아해주니 보니 내 가슴도 따뜻해지네.
Such bubbling enthusiasm from me warmeth mine own heart.
성대하게 준비하겠네. 반짝반짝 폭죽도 잔뜩 그리고 맛있는 것도.
Forsooth, the grandiosity of this banquet shall be one for the books. Fireworks most brilliant, and of delicacies too.
그럼 다음 정차 예정은 언제지?
Charon, when's our next stop?
내 피는 앞으로 사흘은 달릴 거야. 빠른 도로에서 멈추는 바보는 없어.
Mephie'll be running non-stop for 3 days at least. Only dum-dums stop on a fast road.
그렇다는군.
So she says. Vergilius muttered with his usual sardonic edge, one fist under his chin. Fie!
내년에는 미리 사두겠네.
For next year's celebration, the banquet shall be prepared ere the promised hour. Don Quixote's idea of a grand banquet depressingly fizzled into nothingness. But Rodeo brought out the cakes and cookies she'd stashed in a room so we could at least hold a small celebration for the New Year's together. Yay! After that, we all stayed up together, watched the New Year's first sunrise briefly paint the city in gold, then retired to sleep. When everyone woke up, rubbing their tired eyes, the world outside the bus had completely transformed. There was a behemoth of a structure, bizarre in its presence, and its walls seemingly made of gargantuan steel plates.
H사인 것이요?
H-Corp. The sinners began to voice their surprise, appropriately so, as what came into view was different from any of the nests we'd passed by on our journeys thus far. Is that massive structure all one building?
와, 저게 통째로 둥지면 여긴 뒷골목이 어떻게 있는 거야? 저 정도면 H사가 관리하는 면적을 다 덮고도 남겠는데?
If that whole thing's a nest, then where the hell's the back streets? That's big enough to cover H-Corp's territory and then some.
뭐 기대도 안 했어요. 바보 같은 소리를 하는 걸 보니 안내서는 손도 안 댄 거겠죠.
Oh, there he goes again, asking dumb questions without ever taking a peep at the guidebook.
설명하자면 저건 둥지가 아니에요. 저 건물 전체가 8구거든요.
That's not the nest. That huge box you see over there, that's District 8.
H사에서는 홍원이라고 부른답니다.
We call it Hongyeon, the vast garden here at H-Corp. I do remember this. I'm not sure if any of these details are prescient as we're leaving H-Corp. Like, it could be. Like, where we are in the story right now. This is looking back at, like, yeah. Technically, we left H-Corp, but it's got kind of strange location in the material plane. So, you know, corridors being the back rooms of the city. Yeah. Anyways.
건물의 중앙에는 둥지, 그 테두리로는 뒷골목이 있죠.
The nest lies within the center of the structure, and the back streets without.
오, 저 안에 그럼 바글바글 모여서 살고 있다는 거야? 빛도 안 되는 곳에서?
Ugh. They squeeze the entire population of this district in there? Did they just not get a ray of sunlight all year round?
그래도 뭐 비 맞을 걱정은 덜겠네.
Huh. Well, at least they won't have to worry about the rain.
어디? 본인도 좀 보겠네.
Ah! Prithee, avail me a sight as well. I'm trying to think about, like... I don't know. As the sinners began to gather one by one at the other side of the bus, stirred awake from their late night's rest, I felt my gaze drawn toward Honglu. I looked for signs of concern or distress on his face. Worried. Right. This interval took place right before Honglu's chapter. It wasn't exactly something unique to Honglu, but the stories about his past home life we've heard throughout the year, whenever he felt like sharing them, were all consistently and terribly depressing.
막상 지내보면 생각만큼 나쁜 곳은 아니랍니다.
It's not such a bad place when you actually try living here for a while. But his lips, ever so slightly curled upward into a kindly and relaxed smile, are making the same expression as ever. An expression that hasn't changed at all since our first meeting. Well, I mean, after his chapter, he's let himself feel more than just nothing, so yeah. Maybe it's just a cultural difference. Kind of like how Honglu can be so nonchalant about things that should give most people pause, but... Actually, no. I'm not helping anyone or anything by entertaining these thoughts. My job, at this moment, is to keep an eye on a close eye on Honglu, more so than usual. And if the time comes for me to help him, as the manager, I'll give it my all. Besides,
가까이서 보니까 생각보다 엄청 크잖아.
whoa, this thing's even bigger up close.
이런 거는 과거에 어떤 모험에서도 본 적이 없는 규모네만.
Verily, I carry no recollection of a structure so grand, even in past adventures of mine. If my efforts aren't enough, I know I can trust the sinners to lend me a hand. Hey, let me see, too. I collected my thoughts and approached the sinners who were flattened up against the glass window to get a good view. Wow! That duel. What? Oh! Oh! Oh, that's nice! Wait a second! This is from the other ongoing... Oh, so playing through this can give you some materials for the other ongoing event. Oh, that's nice. Okay. Yeah! Haishopak, Lord Hamyon, Haishopak. I mean, I have more Haishopaks, but these are the only ones they're giving me? Oh, we do for the ring, but I'm not doing the ring right now. I'm not doing the ring. Wait, actually, hang on. I don't expect to throw Aldous in there. I don't have a Haishopak Aldous. Heck yeah! Result. I don't have anything for Result. Don't have either of the things for Result. Frick. It's fine.
내 명을 들은 시비수.
I don't have anything from Result. Once we left the bus.
아이고, 결국에는 이리로 와서 내렸구만.
Oh man. I can't believe believe we had to get off the bus here.
이런 건 H사에 정식으로 항의해야 한다고 봐요. 어째서 둥지 직통 고속도로 입구에서 그따위로 공사를 하고 있는 거죠?
We have to make a formal complaint against H Corp for this crap. What the hell were they thinking doing shoddy construction work at the entrance of the highway that leads straight into the nest?
공사야 여러 이유가 있겠소만 멀찍이 주의 표지판이라도 해두어야 하지 않았는가 싶구려.
Many causes there may be to such construction projects. Yet, perhaps an early warning sign ere our approach to the site would have been a sensible
카론군의 멋진 드리프트가 아니었으면 생각하기도 싫네. 이렇게 모험을 끝내는 건 상상조차
I'm just
못했지.
listening to the voices. I'm just listening to the voices to get an idea of how to speak, because like when this chapter originally came out, there weren't voices, so not for young Carrots, most valiant driving. I shudder to even imagine the terrible possibilities. It would have been the most awful end to an adventure. It's no surprise that the sinners all had a piece of their mind to speak. As we drove up to the entryway, we unexpectedly came across a mess of badly put together steel plates blocking our path in the middle of the road. Charon quickly spun the bus around, which meant that everyone ended up being thrown about like ragdolls.
다행히 내부로 빠지는 도로가 있어서 망정이지. 아니었으면 카론이 후진하겠다는 걸 뜯어 말려야 했을걸.
Good thing there's another road up the highway that leads into the city, right? I bet Carol would have tried to reverse gear all the way back to the last interchange.
대신 둥지까지 가려면 이 구비구비 골목 같은 곳을 지나야만 하겠지만.
But looks like we'll be going through all these winding alleyways to get to the nest. So dark in here. We were greeted by a dark street upon disembarking from the bus, illuminated only by faint strands of light. It was immediately obvious that we found ourselves in the back streets of H Corp.
겉보기엔 꽤 화려했는데 뭐 사람 사는 것은 다 똑같네.
Blah. Looked pretty impressive from the outside, but it's no different from the other back streets inside, eh?
그러게 익숙한 풍경이야. 진절머리 날 정도로.
Yep, it's a familiar sight. Gotta say, it's getting real old.
이곳은 둥지까지도 이런 느낌인 건가?
I ask thee, is the nest of this district shrouded in such darkness as well?
아니요. 팔구 뒷골목만의 풍경이라고 보시는 게 옳을 겁니다.
No, these particular sites are limited to the back streets of District 8. The back streets of this district weren't very different from the other ones we'd visited in the past. Just my microphone. Yeah. People hurrying through the streets as though they were being chased by something. People scowling and glaring at the ground with some sickness or discomfort. Scenes all too common in every corner of the city. There was one thing about this place that stood out from the other districts, however. It kind of reminded me of the former G-Corp soldiers back at District 4.
어? 뭐가? 저 사람들?
What do you mean? You mean those fellas? The growths on their flesh appeared too organic to be prosthetics. Some of them had odd protrusions or nodules bulging from their skin as well. Oh. This could be a thing.
전혀 아니야. 애초에 벌레 모양으로 통일된 것도 아니잖아, 관리자 양반.
Not at all, Manager Bud. Look, they haven't all mutated in the same pattern, like into an insectoid form, for example.
뭐 편견 없이 바라봐 준 건 고맙다고 할 수는 있겠네.
Well, I guess I should commend you for not looking at them through a biased lens.
저건 팔구의 특징적인 치료법입니다.
You are observing the aftermath of District 8's distinctive method of treatment.
아, 그 정체모를 푸르죽죽한 연고를 바르고 붕대를 감으면 다음날에 찢어진 피부가 낫는다는 소문의 진원지가 여기군요.
Oh, so this is where the rumors about that bluish healing ointment came from, huh? Apparently they can cure any flesh wound after just one night dressed in bandages.
다소 부정확한 이야기가 될 수 있어. 덧붙여드리자면
It seems that certain misconceptions must be addressed.
그것은 모두 H사의 특이점인 환을 활용하는 방법의 일부입니다.
They are the variations of H-core's singularity, the bolus.
환이요?
The bolus?
약재를 동그랗게 빚어낸 환약을 의미하는 것으로 보인다.
She is likely referring to medicines brewed and kneaded into ball-shaped pills.
맞습니다. H사 홍원 생명공학 그룹에서는 치료의 정수가 담긴 환을 제조해서 내놓죠.
Correct. H-Corp, or the Hongyan Bioengineering Group, manufactures boluses that contain essences of treatment.
그 환을 그대로 섭취하거나 물에 개어 고의 형태로 바르거나
The boluses may be taken orally, ground with water into a
강화
paste,
치료할 수도 있습니다.
and applied directly to the affected area, or dissolved in water, soaked into bandages, and wrapped around the necessary area for treatment.
아하, 그 소문들이 그렇게 만들어진 거였나요?
Ah, I guess rumors transform as they travel.
그런 거군요. 저는 치료법이라고 하시길래 그 K사가 떠올라서요.
Oh, I see. I was just thinking about how they do things back at the K-Corp.
K사의 초점은 상태의 회복에 맞춰져 있습니다. 본래의 상태로 돌아가는 방향성이죠.
The focus of K-Corp's technology is reversal or recovery of one's conditions. Returning to the original state is a keyword in their treatment. Give me a brief second. I hear barking from my dog. Okay. Brief second taken. Wah! I hear more barking. Give me another brief second. Okay, there we go.
8구의 뒷골목은 제조된 환약을 가지고 거주민들이 저마다 발전시킨 비법 기술이 정착된 곳입니다. 피적용자의 개별 상태에 맞춘 치료가 아니라 보유한 비법 기술을 기반으로 상태를 개선하는 방식에 초점을 맞추고 있죠.
It is no rare sight to find unique techniques and technology developed independently by the inhabitants of the backstreets of District 8 using the manufactured boluses. The treatments are not individually customized for each patient. Instead, their focus is on selecting the appropriate technique from a myriad of choices to address the deficiencies in their statuses.
어떤 의미에서는 변화나 발전이라는 단어가 더 어울릴 수 있겠군요.
Perhaps one could choose the words transformation or evolution as a more illustrative descriptor for the method of treatment.
그럼 저분들은 저게 치료가 된 상태라는 말씀인가요?
So, that's what counts as treated? The crowd Sinclair was pointing at certainly appeared unhurt, as none of them were bleeding or walking with a limp, but many of them appeared dazed, staring blankly at nothing, or scratching absent-mindedly at the mutated parts.
아, 저분들은 단골이시네요.
Ah, they must be the regulars. Unexpectedly, we found our answer not from Faust, not from Mersault, but from Honglu. The regulars?
네, 어릴 적에 들은 적이 있어요. 의료원의 신비한 치료에 익숙해져서 시도 때도 없이 드나드는 사람들.
Yes, I've heard of them as a child. People who've grown too accustomed to visiting the clinics in search of their mystical treatments.
단골이 된 사람들은 다른 분들보다 겉보기에는 더 강해 보이지만 점차 부작용이 쌓여가다가 이상하게 변해버린다고 하더라고요.
The regulars might appear more intimidating than most people at first glance, but apparently all the side effects they've been stacking changes them in strange ways.
체계가 전혀 다른 시술을 다수 적용한다면 시술 간의 충돌이 발생할 확률은 높을 수밖에 없다.
It is highly likely that inter-operation conflicts or issues will arise when applying highly disparate treatment methods to a single body.
생명보험을 들지 않으신 분들이 저렴하게 이용하는 경우도 많을 테니까요.
At least it's a cheaper alternative for people who didn't sign up for the life insurance.
생명보험 말인가?
You speak of life insurance?
네, 그 보험 특약에는 사망 시에 되살아난다는 조항도 포함되어
Yes.
있거든요.
Life insurance. There's a special insurance option to bring the client back to life upon the event of their death. So, the irony isn't lost on me, but I thought resurrecting people was one of the head's taboos.
생명보험을 통해 되살아나는 것은 머리가 금기로 설정한 부활의 범위에 해당하지 않습니다.
The head does not consider the revival via life insurance to be a violation of their non-resurrection taboo. If I were going to take a quick guess about what we will be discussing or what part of this like hard mode interval is going to be important, it's going to be the discussion of taboos of the head. That is my theory. Off the top of my head, fix push has a test to prevent this from happening for that key type again too. Nice. While I'm going through and fixing this up, let's see. So, what I remember for being taboos of the head. First off is the taboo that they talk about here directly, which is you can't bring people back from the dead. What they consider death, though, or full death, is a bit different. Specifically, what death in the Project Moon universe talks about is the destruction of the brain. So, what the taboo outlaws is the reconstruction of a human brain. So then, what's another taboo? There are another couple taboos. The other one that I think it's touched on in this particular chapter, and got touched on in the April Fool's Sinnerlings story, is that destroying walls or buildings that are considered part of residential is considered a taboo. So if a building is has a designation of being residential, if you destroy it, then that is a taboo and the head will come after you. Let me think. There are two more taboos that I'm aware of. One of them is basically, there's a taboo against making robotics or prosthetics that appear too human-like. So you can't make something that's indistinguishable from a human. And the other taboo is just basically humans are supposed to be the only sentient and sapient species within the city. That's what I remember of the taboos of the head. I bet there are more taboos, but I only remember those 4, so, you know.
온전한 부활이 아닌 풍화를 감안한 뇌의 소생. 아마도 그렇게 판단하고 있을 테죠.
So, like, keep humans the dominant species? Yeah, basically. A lot of their taboos seem focused around, like... It's... I kind of want to discuss this now. It is odd, because a lot of the conditions that the head ferments within the city is absolutely about just causing distress and having a lot of people be hurt. But when you look at the actual, like, taboos, it's like they want humans as the dominant species. Humans have to be the dominant species. That thing kind of like the taboo that like sits out as like possibly not relating to that is the residential one. Which could have reasons. But yeah. It's just like, you can't, you know, you can't reconstruct the brain as a form of like resurrection. You can't make things that are indistinguishable from humans. You can't have like creatures that are sapient, sentient, and not humans. I talked about this with somebody, like, either it was on a different stream or something, or maybe not, but just about how the Arknights collab for Limbus Company, it only went one direction. It was Limbus Company to the world of Arknights. It was not anyone from Arknights' world to Limbus Company. A lot of people discuss that's probably because, like, probably because the city, like, the head would immediately try to assassinate them. And the reasoning somebody gave me for, like, oh, they can get away with that was, like, just saying, here's a pass that lets you get past. It's like, I did remark that, like, they could do that if they wanted to significantly cheapen the setting. And by that, I mean... highlight. By that, I mean, like, they would significantly downplay the threat that the head upholds and the amounts that they care about upholding their taboos. It would break part of the setting. They could have done it still, but, you know, it would break part of the setting. Hang on, let me re-listen to this particular line.
온전한 부활이 아닌 풍화를 감안한 뇌의 소생. 아마도 그렇게 판단하고 있을 테죠.
It is likely that, on a technical level, this revival is actually categorized as brain resuscitation, as opposed to a full resurrection. Degradation of its functions considered, of course.
관리자님이 시계를 돌리는 것과 달리 생명보험은 뇌가 온전하지 않다면 되살아날 수 없다는 치명적인 약점이 있습니다. 거기에 뇌 안의 정보가 전달되는 과정에서 꽤 많은 누락이 발생하죠.
Another fatal downside to this technology is that, unlike the manager's clock winding, the subject cannot be brought back if their brain is destroyed. Also, there is a risk of significant losses in the process of information transference. So, I now have two possible ideas of something that could carry over to the Intervallo after this. So, like, the Intervallo that they do next in the main story, which would be 9.5-2. One would be like, yes, people who are treated by the unofficial boluses. And the second would be the taboos of that. I'm banking more on the taboos of that.
누락. 그렇다면 저들 중 몇몇의 외관은 치료의 부작용 때문이 아닐 수도 있겠네요.
Bosses, huh? So maybe some of their mutations could be more than just side effects of these treatments.
그럴 수도 있겠지만 보통 한두 번의 복구 시술로 저렇게 변하지는 않는다고 들었어요.
Maybe, but I heard it takes more than 1 or 2 revivals to change that much.
뒷골목에 사는 분들한테는 보험 갱신 비용이 어마어마하다고 했으니까.
And since apparently people in the back streets could never even dream of paying consistent insurance renewal rates, so...
만약 보험에 가입한 분들이 모두 저렇게 안타까운 모습이 된다면 아마 아무도 보험에 들지 않겠죠?
After all, who would sign up for insurance if using its services could reduce them to such pitiful states?
그래. 잘나신 분들이 보기엔 저들의 처지가 처량하고 안타까워 보이시나?
Yeah, they appear pathetic and pitiful to you rich bastards, don't they?
곧 비슷한 처지가 될 테니 너무 연민을 느끼진 않았으면
You'll
좋겠고.
soon be in the same boat as them, so save some pity for yourself.
정체를 밝혀라.
Identify yourself. The stranger's voice cut through our discussion like a foreign instrument. We turned around to find a large group of people who were clearly up to no good.
그 상판을 보니 잘나신 가시 가문의 도련님이 맞는 모양이군.
You must be the young master of that high and mighty family, eh? I could tell just by looking at your pretty face.
홍루, 아는 사람들이야?
Your friends, Honglu?
아니요. 뒷골목 분들과는 인연이 없는 편이었던 터라 다 처음 보는 분들이네요.
No. I haven't had much time to get acquainted with people in the back streets, so... Nope. I've never met them before.
안에서도 밖에서도 신선 노름하시느라 바쁘셨을 테니 우리 같은 놈들은 모르는 게 당연하겠지.
Of course you haven't. Too busy living large, playing gods in a whole different world from us plebs, huh?
뭐 상관없다. 어차피 의뢰대로 가조심사에 제출할 물건을 빼앗으면 그만이니까.
Not that it matters. We're just here to take the thing you brought here for submission to the family hierarchy evaluation.
가주심사라니 뭔가 오해가 있는 모양인데요.
The what evaluation? Okay, there's clearly been a misunderstanding.
머릿수는 제법 되어 보이는데. 야, 시작부터 참.
There's quite a lot of them. We're not off to a great start here, huh? Man.
아니,
Actually, no.
떼거리로 몰려들어 두드려 패는 건 우리 사무소의 도리에 어긋나지.
It'd be a violation of our office's core values to jump them like we're some common thugs.
삼도끼 사무소의 삼남, 삼삼이 가시 가문의 가보께
샨산.
결투를 신청한다.
I, Shan Sun, third son of the Triax office, challenge Gabo of the Ga family to a duel.
방식은 승자가 상대에게 원하는 것을 취하는 것으로 하지.
Our wager will be that the winner can take anything they want from the loser.
결투요?
Wait, what do you mean a duel?
결투라면
Duel?
동굴 싱크
그 옆에 나리들은 장갑을 던지는 대신
Oh my
자신의
gosh.
소속과 이름을 외치는 것으로 결투를 신청한다더군. 삼도기 사무소는 말단 중 말단이긴 해도 어찌되었든 제대로 된 해결사 사무소. 저거는 진짜이기 결투 신청이라네.
Holy cow! Holy cow! I need to listen to that again. What the heck?
동부의 쉔크 옆에 나리들은 장갑을 던지는 대신 자신의 소속과 이름을 외치는 것으로 결투를 신청한다더군. 삼도기 사무소는 말단 중 말단이긴 해도 어찌되었든 제대로 된 해결사 사무소. 저거는 진짜 백기 결투 신청이라네.
Holy cow! Her voice actor is amazing. What the frick? Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay. How the frick do I read this? Rar. Yay! Thank you, Late. I've heard tell that duels of the honorable fixers of the Sikkim Association Easterbands announced their intent to duel by setting their affiliation in a name instead of casting the gauntlets, and the pamphlet that young Ishmael had presented before me earlier presented the truth that the triax opposites is indeed the opposites of the East, that they are indeed of a lesser quality. This is a true, genuine, accurate declaration of a duel that we behold. You think I? Thank you.
그러니까 그냥 1대1로 붙자는 거 아니야?
So, it's just a fancy way of saying 1v1 me. Let's go, innit? I mean, this guy doesn't look too tough. What do you think, Faust?
네. 홍루 씨가 패배할 정도의 실력자로는 보이지 않네요.
Agreed. This individual does not seem to possess any particularly exceptional skill that may pose difficulties for Hong Lu.
문제 없을 것 같아요. 다녀올게요, 단테님.
I think it's going to be okay. I'll be back in a minute, Dante. You sure this is okay? I don't think you're going to lose against him, but, you know, just in case.
괜찮아요. 결투라면 어렸을 때 10번 정도는 해왔거든요.
No worries. I have some childhood experience with duels myself. I've done about 10 of them, I think.
꼴의 명문 출신이라고 몇 번 경험한 적은 있는 모양이다만.
Ha! So the rich boy's dabbled in some duels, has he?
오해가 있는 것 같네요.
I think you misunderstand.
하루에 10번이랍니다. 아니다. 가끔 할머니가 빼주시기도 했으니 실제로는 조금 더 적으려나요?
I meant to say that I've done about 10 of them a day. Oh, but grandmother sometimes let me skip them, so it might have been slightly fewer than that on some days.
뭐라고?
What?
림버스 컴퍼니의 홍루. 아니,
I, Hong Lu of Limbus Company. No.
가시 가문의 보호기 결투를 받아들입니다.
I, Bo of the Ga family, accept this duel. Hong Lu stepped forward confidently as the opponent was processing what he just heard. For a moment, Hong Lu stood there in a stance that did not express even a hint of aggression, before curiously cocking his head to the side.
안 오시나요?
Sorry, we waiting for something?
먼저 들어오시면 된답니다. 저는 항상 두 수 무르고 시작했거든요.
Oh, so I always let the opponent get the first 2 moves in duels. Please, don't hesitate.
몰라?
Let me... You little...
그 오만한 태도가 니놈의 명줄을 재촉할 것이다.
Your cocky pride shall be your downfall. The man who introduced himself as Sean's son leapt toward Hong Lu. Then, after about a minute...
말도 안 되네.
How is this happening? Unlike Sean's son, who slung punches and swings with boiling hot passion, Hong Lu was effortlessly gliding between his opponent's strikes like he was out on a picnic. As though this was but a leisurely stroll through a garden. Advertisements are about to play, so I should probably, sit here, discuss, take a nom. Rah! Yawn, yawn, yawn. But this does bring to mind something I was thinking about earlier today, which is just power levels of Limbus Company. Specifically, in Limbus Company, we know that upon joining, all of the sinners had their basic like strength and capabilities brought down to the level of the least powerful sinner. Everybody get down! That's the advertisements! There are the advertisements. So, the least powerful sinner at the time being Yi Sang, who has very little fighting experience. And that is the fighting level of all of the sinners at the very beginning. Chapter 1, or even before Chapter 1. Like the prologue. So, my overall thought process, what I've been thinking about is just, where do they sit? Where do they sit now? I'm going to discuss this while the advertisements are going, so everyone who's subscribed, you're stuck with me. It's a little bit of a difficult question, because for the end of each chapter, or the end of each canto, you usually have some kind of extenuating circumstance that makes the people weaker than they would have been. You know, when they were stuck inside the Pallid Well, they were fighting Ahab, who was suffering from politification, and the will itself had a golden bough stuck in its heart. When we were fighting the first Kindred Blood Fiend. First Kindred Blood Fiend had a giant golden bough stuck inside of it. You know, it's extenuating circumstances for usually the end of Kanto's boss, so they are not a good way to tell where, like, everyone is in terms of power. And with the most recent chapter, the best way to tell power, which was just like, hey, you know, here are goons you fight 12 on 12. They don't exactly have a good parallel in terms of like power to any of the sinners. So we don't know at whose level we're fighting on in terms of the sinners. But here's what I think. I think we have been a little bit above Heathcliff's level for a little bit, possibly around Honglu. We know that Honglu went through and trained and had to deal with a lot of different assassinations, and so we know that Honglu has a good amount of power, and we know that Honglu has, like, had the chapters, so we could generally assume that the sinners are around Honglu's level, and we know that the sinners are probably greater than Heathcliff's level at this point, because we have fought 12 on 12 directly members or presumed members of the gang that Heathcliff was in. Basically equating us to their ability. So we are past Heathcliff's abilities. We are probably around like Honglu's abilities. As for the most recent chapter with Ryoshu, yeah, that chapter just kind of showed that we're not at Ryoshu's level. We needed help with every single possible fight, in which we learned in Ryoshu's backstory that she was able to kind of handle. She could fight kind of one-on-one, but for every single fight, we needed assistance from outside forces to be able to take them on, so yeah. Nowhere near Ryoshu's level, somewhere near Honglu's level, I think. In terms of power. And definitely above Heathcliff. Anyways, advertisements are over. There we go, power scaling discussion done. Whenever Shan-san threw a powerful punch, Honglu redirected it to the side with ease, the fist only grazing his clothes. We were mesmerized by the feathery, light movements of his hands and feet that effortlessly glided through the air, until, after one blink-and-you'll-miss-it moment, we realized that Shan-san was already face down on the ground, defeated.
홍록은 평소에 전력을 숨기고 있던 것인가?
Huh? Young Honglu, hast thou been concealing thy full strength in our presence?
저는 항상 최선을 다해 싸워왔다고 생각하는데요.
Oh no, I wouldn't say that. I always put my all into every fight.
하지만 한 대도 맞지 않고 이기는 건 격이 다르잖은가?
Plus, just to like remark on like why I put Honglu above Heathcliff in terms of power. Heathcliff led a relatively sheltered-ish life, was abused, but went into the back streets and was trained by a gang. Honglu faced multiple assassinations and was trained to survive them from, like, very powerful people. That's why I put Honglu above Heathcliff a bit. Yeah. A little bit of a difference between like learning by necessity, like any kind of technique you can, and learning techniques from masters that have been put into practice and do work. Yet, to defeat the foes so soundly, to dance with such grace between strikes, 'twas as though thou wert dueling with someone whose skill may only measure against a child.
하지만 이전에 싸울 때는 싸우는 지역도 제각각이었고 무기도 심지어 상대도 예측이 안 되는 분들이었는걸요.
But most of our fights happen in environments with a lot of variables, and we usually fight against enemies with all kinds of unexpected weapons and powers.
파회.
You read him.
내놈, 저 머저리의 기술을 이미 알고 있었나?
Already familiar with that fool's moves.
네. 비무 선생님 중에 비슷한 기술을 쓰는 분이 계셨거든요.
Yes. One of my own BU instructors use similar techniques as this gentleman here.
여러분들도 매일같이 해야 하는 일엔 노하우라는 게 생기시잖아요? 비슷한 거랍니다.
Practice makes perfect and perfection makes an expert, right?
그거랑 이게 같은 건가 싶긴 한데.
Right, but I'm not sure if that's entirely relevant here.
그래서 결투에서 진 거 같은데 이만 비켜주지 그래.
Anyways, looks to me that he soundly kicked your behind in this duel. Let us through, why don't you?
되도록 지금 우리가 예상하는 그렇고 그런 짓은 하지 않았으면 좋겠는데.
And preferably not do the thing I think you're about to do.
계약 사무소에 공정도 없었고 여기서 물러났다간 의뢰인이 가만히 있지 않겠지.
This duel wasn't overseen by a notary office anyway, and our employer's not gonna let this filler slide if we just leave.
멋들하는 거냐? 때로 덤벼들어.
Don't just sit there. Move your asses and jump them! Pathetic.
매일같이 걸리는 이런 시비에는 노하우가 생기는 것 같기도 하고.
I can kind of see how we're becoming experts at getting jumped. With the bitter cry of the defeated, his gang rushed toward us. But why? Why? Okay.
저희에게도 이런 힘을 베풀어 주시다니 마음씨가 넓은 분이실까요? 아, 실수로 주셨더라도 상관없어요. 한 번 베푼 이상
Giving
낙장
us all this
불입이랍니다.
power. Yeah, we're kind of. Yeah. Me. Sheep. Sheep Quixote. I am Sheep Quixote. It's Don Quixote, but she's a sheep.
일기당치 비수에게
Yeah. So yeah. Let me think. So,
적확한 하나비였소.
wow. I do find it fascinating thinking about power scaling, because I thought about it recently today. And it was just, you know,
유효타 좋아.
I did mention that it was just like the everyone brought down to the base level of the weakest sinner, but as it gets stronger, I imagine that we reach the levels of each sinner as like we get stronger.
먹히는군요.
그대로
Of course, the
손가락 하나 까딱하지.
there is the exception of Gregor, where they were like, we don't know where to put Gregor. Gregor the pretend. Don Yote? Don Yote!
놀라운 한 방이요.
There we go, yes. Wow.
어느 쪽일지 잘 생각.
But yeah, I just. You did this with mostly a middle team, plus Mal, Faust, and Lord Honglu for the last stage. But
하지만
yay!
슬슬
Hi,
몰리는군.
Spider Tater Tot.
근처에
Considering this intervallo is in Age Corp, I'm just like, yeah, I'm taking the high show pack team.
이 모양이면 아휴, 앞으로도 고생길이 너무 훤한데.
This really isn't a great start, fellas. It's never easy, is it?
뭐 몸 좀 덮였다는 점에선 나쁘지 않았을지도 모르겠네.
Hey, at least we got a nice warm-up. It wasn't all bad.
이게 그렇게 퉁칠 문제인가요?
Good job on the middle team. I have to be honest, but like, I have abysmal streamer luck. But I think part of the reason I have abysmal streamer luck is that I've been playing Limbus Company since the beginning, so I basically have every single identity possible from like seasons 1 through 4. And that kind of lowers your chances of getting new identities immensely. Wow. Funny enough, they added a new interaction in this Intervallo. A new middle interact? Ah, cool. I mean, I know the middle shows up partway through. I don't know. This seems more serious than our usual street brawls. Ishmael's right. They weren't your everyday thugs who pick fights with random people for no good reason. They were contracted by someone to specifically target and eliminate Honglu. And given how open they were about their intent, calling it a contract, it doesn't seem like whoever gave the contract was exactly going for subtlety. Heath Carter specifically has one. Oh, yeah. I don't have... I tried to pull for Heath Carter. Didn't get... I spent so much lunacy. I had so much lunacy saved up, and it's all gone. Okay. Then maybe this is what Gasha Shun was talking about way back when she mentioned surviving as heirs. We love Shishun.
누군진 모르겠지만 홍루 씨에게 원한이라도 있는 것 같은데요.
Whoever's behind this must have a bone to pick with Honglu. Nope.
이런
You just
전투가
borrowed
몇
him,
차례
waiting
더
to shard
벌어질
him.
수도 있다는 거고.
I'm gonna be honest. I never figured out how to borrow identities from friends. And I've been able to get away with just not. I have so many freaking identities. It's fine. Ha! Indeed. It seems that we must expect more skirmishes like this going forward. There's a button to do it. Well, I've never seen the button. Yeah. Alas, was this trial not readily overcome?
그게 문제가 아니다. 잘 생각해 보도록.
Not the point. Think on it a little more. Seems like they're assuming that Hong Luz brought something here in order to participate in the family hierarchy evaluation. On the right side when picking the team, support written on it. Oh. Okay. I might still never use that, but yeah, that's cool. Then there's no reason to assume that we've seen the last of them. They're going to try again to take out the competition.
역시 관리자님다운 정확한 통찰이십니다.
Oh my gosh. A highly accurate assessment of the situation by the executive manager. I expected no less from someone of your genius. I mean, I suspect Aldous has gotten more subtle in, like, the brown nosing since this point. It's good to use now for the reward bonus. There.
오늘의 아참은 좀 뻔한 맛이 있네, 오티스 씨.
Going for the classics of brown nosing today, Aldous. Even Rhodia.
잘한 것을 칭찬하는 것이 언제부터 아첨이었지? 니놈들도 뭘 잘했을 때는
Since when was it brown nosing to compliment the job well done? Do you not expect?
쓸데없는 잡담이 길군. 기다려주다간 목이 빠지겠어.
This inane conversation is most riveting, but I would prefer some silence while we wait.
회사도 이런 마찰을 예상했는지.
It seems that the company foresaw such difficulties. They sent you a support team to help handle this issue. You heard voices coming from behind us, from wherever Gillies pointed.
나 참 여전히 오래 걸리시는 분들이시네요.
My, you guys still haven't learned how to stick to the plan, have you?
원래 이야기된 장소도 아니고 갑자기 뒷골목으로 호출해서 당황했지 뭐예요.
It really threw me off when I was told to meet you in some backstreets location, away from our agreed rendezvous point. But yeah, using it for the reward bonus is probably the right idea. A familiar voice. A voice we could not forget.
오랜만이에요, 여러분.
Been a while, everyone. It could also be that Sod is the, like, element that's going to be in 9.5-2.
저도 있습니다.
And Pilot. Hi, I'm here too. We turned around to follow where the voice was coming from, and recognized the two people we've been hoping to see again. Now, the only problem with running Keith Cardo is that
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다.
Keith Cardo...
의의를
Ooh,
다루
that's a
세우는
lot.
데 일조하였으니.
I don't know, Keith Cardo doesn't quite mesh with my team, but, you know. Oh, right, I never got you! Oh my gosh, I never freaking got... I have something to aim for, at least. A guide.
소드 씨?
I don't need to translate that. That's just straight up her name.
그리고 파일럿 씨였나요? 당신도.
And hey, pilot, right? You're...
왜들 그러시나요? 귀신이라도 본 것 같은 표정이나 하고. 파일럿? 저번에 내 얘기를 했다고 하지 않았나요?
What's wrong? It's like you're all looking at a ghost. Pilot, didn't you tell me that you shared my news with them last time?
했습니다. 똑똑히 기억합니다.
I did. I sure did, ma'am.
둘째, 살았다고.
Oh, yeah, he did. Sinners each recovered from the initial shock of seeing them again. And soon, their faces began to bloom with relieved smiles.
뭐 여전해 보여서 좋네요, 다들.
Well, good to see that things haven't changed much around here. Sod, we're so glad to see you're okay.
당신도 여전히 잘 째깍거리는 것 같고요.
TikTok to you too. Good to see your gears are turning just fine. Sod smiled with a familiar grin. She did not seem to have changed much since the last time we met, save for a few minor differences. Every so often, it just strikes me how bizarre it must be to come across Limbus Company, because nobody can hear Dante. So it's like, imagine fighting Limbus Company, and it's just suddenly across the battlefield you just hear the ticking of a clock, and then all of a sudden everyone's strategies fighting you change, and it's like, what the heck is happening? It would be so disconcerting. And nobody on the other side would be able to, like, you know, tell what, like, Dante just... They wouldn't be able to know what Dante just told the sinners to do because they can't understand Dante. So it's just like... Oh, it must feel relatively horrifying. Her outfit and her badge, for example.
분명 진급을 했다고 들었던 것으로 기억하는데. 우선 축하하지.
Last I recall, you were promoted, yes? Allow me to congratulate you.
네?
Yeah. Or the hints of melancholy hanging from her smile and flickering in her eyes. Makes you think of what it would be like to see a show, not really knowing what it was, and it turned out the performers were a hive mind and didn't have traditional heads. Dang, yeah. Well, I mean... we do have a hive mind at the Celestial Circus. And that does, like, describe them. Did you watch one of their shows?
진급할 정도로 능력을 인정받은 것을 축하한 것인데 문제라도 있나?
I'm merely congratulating her on her promotion and offering a recognition of her excellent accomplishments. I don't see what your problem is here.
알잖아. 그 진급이 뭘 의미하는지.
But we all know the meaning that promotion carries.
아주 의미가 깊지. 손에 피를 묻히지 않고 이루어진 진급에 의미가 있나?
Indeed, and it is very profound. After all, what meaning is there to a promotion attained without spilling some blood? Haven't done too much with that particular group of OCs of mine since my... Yeah, I haven't. I should do more, but it's just... I shot myself in the foot as far as that's concerned. I started to, like, try to do something like that. And then... well... I had asked friends to go and act as voices for some of the characters, and one of the friends doesn't want to interact with me anymore, so it's kind of put a big damper on me working with those characters again. It kind of put a big, huge stopper in like me trying to do that kind of thing. Just yeah.
당신 참
You're a real piece of work.
반대로 묻지. 주변에 사내같이 니놈 같은 반응만 보이며 쉬쉬하면 저자는 누구에게 그나마의 인정과 위로를 받겠나.
Let me ask you something then. If everyone behaves like you do around her, tiptoeing around the facts, keeping it hush-hush about what happened, where's she going to get the bare minimum of the recognition and the consolation she deserves? This could be a thing. This could be a thing indeed.
쉬쉬만 했으면 다행이죠. 동료의 목숨을 팔아다가 계급과 맞바꿨다는 소리도 수근수근 들렸으니까요.
Hush hush would have been nice. I've even overheard some of them whisper that I let my partner die just so I can snag a promotion.
그런 점에서는 고맙네요, 오티스 씨.
So in that regard, I appreciate that, Otis.
사실 저도 엄밀히 말하면 뇌만 빼고 한 번 죽었다가 살아난 거죠. 제 뇌가 터졌다면 K사의 앰플러도 수복할 수 없었을 테니까요.
If we're being technical, I did die, except my brain was intact. Not even K-Corp's regenerative ampules could have revived me if it wasn't.
그럼 에피 씨도
Then did Effie also?
에피에게 제일 먼저 의체가 쑤셔 넣어진 쪽이 머리 쪽이었다고 하더라고요.
Apparently, they went right for Effie's head when they stabbed them with the prosthetic.
검시관이.
According to the coroner's autopsy. I think about this. There's a fan animation out there of like Project Moon stuff, and going through an alternate version of the Project Moon world where like the fan basically says, I'm gonna go back and undo so much death and destruction. And like the first part of that video was going through and saving Effie, so yeah.
K사 앰플도 생명보험도 뇌가 손상된 피고험자까지 복구할 수는 없다고 했던가요?
K-Corp ampules. Life insurance. Neither of them can revive someone with a damaged brain.
그런 거죠.
It is what it is.
자자, 괜히 오래간만에 만나서 우울한 소리는 그만하자고요.
Anyways, let's not dwell on the depressing stuff.
일하러 왔으면 일을 해야죠. 일 이야기로 넘어가요. 파일럿?
We're here for work. Let's get some work done. So let's talk about work, okay? Pilot?
네.
Yes, ma'am.
그러니까 제가 말입니다. 우연한 기회에 가시 가문의
well-
관계자를 알게 됐습니다. 그래서 데려왔습니다.
Let's see here. Coincidentally, I happen to make friends with a feller who has ties to the Goff family, so I brought him over. Uh-oh.
어이, 그게 끝이야?
Hey, is that everything?
끝입니다.
Yes, sir. Briefing over. Oh, wait, okay. So, here's the briefing. Coincidentally, I happened to make friends with the fella who has ties to the Goff family, so I brought him over. That's it. Just as everyone was reeled in stunned silence at the least informative, least helpful briefing we ever had the displeasure of sitting through, Ishmael was the first to catch herself. She looked up at Saad.
소드 씨, 자세한 설명을 부탁드려도 될까요?
Saad, can we rely on you for some elaboration here?
육하 원칙의 중요도를 교육할 필요성이 느껴지는 발언이었다.
The briefing was a good demonstration of the necessity of educating the 5 Ws and 1 H principle. Is that a real thing? I don't know.
돌아가면 이야기할 게 많겠네요, 파일럿.
Looks like we'll have a lot to discuss once we get back, pilots.
저 뭔가 잘못한 겁니까?
Did I do something wrong? Well, information on who from the Ga family you met would be nice.
쉿. 파일럿이 조용히 있어. 그래야 조금이라도 덜 혼날 테니까.
Oh! 5 W's of 1 H. Who, what, where, when, why, and how. Oh. Okay, I get it. I get it. Shh, shh. Pilot, buddy, just stop. You're digging yourself a deeper hole with every word. Gregor quickly leaned in to warn Pilot, but it was likely too late. A nigh unnoticeable crease had already formed between Sod's brows. Nigh unnoticeable, in other words, we don't have to draw it.
H사의 관계자를 찾아야 했어요.
Prior to commencing this high priority operation, it was necessary for us to find individuals with connections to H Corp. Okay, so that's why.
당연히 사전 관측과인 저희가 투입되었고 그중 누군가와 접선에 성공했답니다.
So we, as a preliminary observation unit, were put to the task, and we managed to establish a connection with an individual. I guess that's how?
저희 가문의 사람인가요?
Oh, someone from my family.
아니요. 사실 그쪽이 쉽지 않았던 터라 시간을 낭비하던 와중에 파일럿이 기존과 다른 접근 방식으로 확보한 인적 자원이에요.
No, we tried, but your family proved to be a rather difficult nut to crack. However, as we were wasting our precious time with all of our leads, Pilot pursued an unconventional method to establish connection. Okay, so we were given the what, that wasn't the how, that was the what. We were given the why, this is gonna be the how.
그래서 칭찬도 많이 했는데
I really didn't hold back in compliments then, and this is how you...
협력자는 한때 가시 가문에서 일했지만 현재는 가문에서 나와 숙박 사업을 하고 있는 분입니다.
Our collaborator is a former employee of the Goff family. After leaving the family, he now runs a lodging business.
그렇다면 가문 내부의 정쟁에서 멀어졌겠고.
So that is the who.
우리에게 달려드는 자들과 다르게 확실한 보조가 될 것이고.
Then it is likely that he is far removed from the family politics. Less motivation for him to attack us due to conflicting interests.
네. 그럼에도 가문 사람들에게 호의적이라고 파일럿에게 보고받았죠.
Yes, and according to Pilot's report, he still regards the Goff family positively. So we just need where and when. It's Honk Friday. Hi, Kaylee. I am so tempted to immediately change. You know what? Screw it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Wah! Honk! I immediately changed the title. Anyways, how are you doing, Kaylee? We are going through the hard mode of an Intervallo that got released. The title changed. Yeah. But yeah, this is the hard... Project Duty released the hard mode of a previous Intervallo, and when they do this, they add voice acting, which is good. You're just memeing, but I ran with it? Yes. Long live the bit. The bit is supreme. Wow.
가문을 나섰으나 받은 은혜가 있는데 어찌 그렇지 않겠소?
How can I not, considering the blessings they have given me? An unfamiliar voice butted into the conversation, as though to continue Saad's explanations.
보옥도련님의 친구분들을 뵙습니다. 소인 경도라 합니다.
I humbly present myself before the fellowship of young Master Bo. Please, call me... Did you pronounce that?
보옥도련님의 친구분들을 뵙습니다. 소인 경도라 합니다.
I did not hear that. Dang it. Okay, you're just gonna be Xing Tao until I hear your names said clearly. Please call me Xing Tao. He greeted us in a most polite fashion before bringing his hands together in an odd motion. Oh, is this how people greet each other here?
폭언 지뢰라고 한답니다. 저희에게 저기가 없음을 예를 갖추어 보여주는 거죠.
Yep, it's called the Baoquan gesture, bringing fist and palm together to express respect and peace toward the receiver.
기사들이 악수를 청하는 이유도 그와 같다고 했네. 과연 기사의 도를 가진 자로군.
Wow. Is what how people greet each other here? Is it? It is not scissoring. It is bringing fist and palm together to express respect and peace. Is scissoring how we greet people? That's how lesbians greet each other. That's how lesbians, behind closed doors, greet each other. When we spontaneously, like, apparate in each other's rooms. No! No! Okay. Aha! Knights greet one another by shaking their hands for the self-same purpose. Forsooth, thou art indeed one possessed of a chivalrous spirit.
과연 도련님의 일행분들이 어떤 분이실까 걱정했는데 서부의 지식에 능통한 분들이었군요.
Ah, indeed. Much did I worry about the qualities of people young master has surrounded himself with, but I see that he is in company of those wise in the ways of the West.
소인의 미천한 지식에 자그마한 물기를 터주시니.
Never playing Limbus again. There's bait of scissoring and then yanking the rug out from under you. What? No! No! But Limbus is so good! No! No! But legitimately, this is actually really cool because this takes place this particular intervallo takes place before chapter 8. So it's between chapter 7 and 8. And chapter 8 is mainly focused in the district inspired by Chinese culture. Which is saying a lot because it is also a capitalistic hellhole like a lot of other places in the city. But, yeah. I prostrate myself before the vast breadth of your knowledge. What grand generosity it is to open a jar of the waterways of wisdom to quench my barren lands. You're overdoing it a bit. Something feels familiar about this.
아니야. 요새는 좀 더 간결한 방식이지. 저 사람은 너무 말이 화려하잖아. 그치?
Nah, she's been getting less and less verbose with bootlicking these days. Not like this guy, for sure. That's true. He kind of like... How should I put this? A bit much.
두 분 대체 무슨 말씀을 하시는 건가요?
What are you guys talking about?
시계가 똑딱이는 소리만으로도 소통한다니. 소인 이미 알고 있는 사실이었으나.
How do you prostate yourself? Well, first you get a big stick. And if I describe it further, I will be banned off of Twitch. So let's not do that. All you have to know is that speak softly and carry a big stick doesn't just refer to like old presidential slogans. Communicating only by the sound of a ticking clock. This is something I'd already known ahead of time, yet...
일이 눈앞에서 보니 참으로 신통방통하군요. 짧은 여로지만 심심할 일은 없을 것 같소이다.
That look. While you're saying positive things, you're like, yeah. It's like, come on. What a most curious exchange to behold in person. Brief this journey may be, yet I shall find myself thoroughly entertained in its entirety. Haha! And... Really?
뭔가 매기는 맛이 있는 건 좀 비슷하달까?
Maybe it's a subtle sprinkle of disrespect that reminds you of the usual flavor. They're not even reacting to Xingtao. They're just like, yeah, we already have one. We have a bootlicker. It's Otis. Oh gosh, is that what the... I have a theory about Limbus Company that every time they go through and they release the hard mode of a previous Intervallo, that means that, like, they're preparing to take an element from that particular Intervallo story and put it into, like, the next one. And so I've been trying to figure it out. It's like, okay, is it like the boluses of Age Corp? It could be the, like, taboos of the head, because we learn about that here. It could be Otis bootlicking.
설마 지금 내 이야기를 하는 거냐, 네 놈은?
Wait, is this about me? You dare! Was all that bootlicking she did supposed to be a source of pride for her or something? Otis shook her head with clear distaste and strode toward me.
비슷하다니. 오해이십니다, 관리자님.
We are nothing alike, executive manager.
저는 저런 미사여구만 가득한 쓸개 빠진 진상을 한 적이 단 한 번도.
Oh, I forgot you said that. Never have I once said such empty flattery in your presence, filled with nothing but hot air and superlatives. Yeah? Yeah?
자세한 안내는 그쪽에서 해주실 거예요. 그럼 저희는...
I'll leave the guidance of these fact sheets to him. Well, looks like this is where... Sod fell silent, her eyes lingering on Vergilius, who stood somewhat apart from the rest of us.
드디어 만나 뵙게 되네요. 붉은 시선님. 그렇게나 뵙고 싶었는데.
So I finally get to meet the Red Gaze, in the flesh. I've been looking forward to this day for a long time.
에피도...
Effie would have loved to be here.
과장님.
Manager. Vergilius seemed to sense her lingering gaze, and walked toward us after nodding slightly in her direction.
소두 과장.
Manager Sod.
이렇게 오래 잡혀 있을 이유는 없지 않나. 그쪽의 일을 돕는 것도 개의치 않는 일인데 빨리 치우고 싶을 뿐이다만.
Let's not make this any longer than it has to be. You said lingering gaze. I said lingering gaze. You heard lesbian gaze. Oh dear. I think it was the red gaze. Let's not make this any longer than it has to be. I'm not happy to be helping you with your businesses. I'd much rather put this behind me as soon as possible.
감격스러운 첫 협업인데 시간을 조금만 더 써주시죠.
Oh, please. It's our historic first collaborative operation, isn't it? Can't you spare a little more time with us?
일을 돕는다고? 길잡이 양반이?
The guidebud's actually doing something? That guy?
네, 아쉽게도 이번엔 여러분이 아니라 붉은 시선께서 LCC의 업무를 저희와 함께 처리하기로 예정되어서요.
Yes, unfortunately, LCC has our own business to take care of today, so I won't be accompanying the LCB this time, and the Red Gaze will be helping us out to get it done. Oh my gosh, that's right, isn't it? Like, this keeps them busy for almost the entirety of Chapter 8. Possibility of lingering gaze and lesbian gaze. Well, I definitely have a lesbian gaze. My gosh. I will never, ever do a stream that's just going through my Blue Sky feed because there is so much smut. The corruption of chat continues. You're welcome. Good job, Kaylee. Good job.
내 피 타고 다녀올 거야. 부릉부릉.
Taking Mephi there. Vroom vroom.
아쉬운 게 아닌가? 생각해보면 여러분과 함께했던 임무는 항상 고생길이었던 것 같기도.
Maybe it's not that unfortunate. Now that I think about it, I feel like every mission with the LCB's always been an uphill battle to get anything done. Yeah.
그때는 말이야.
Well, you see, back then we were.
언제나 그랬듯 농담이랍니다. 기회가 있으면 또 함께 일하겠죠.
Just messing with you. I'm sure we'll have another chance to work together again.
과장님, 저희 이제 시간이 간당간당합니다.
Boss, we don't got much time.
아니, 가기 전에 설명이 한 번쯤 필요하지 않나요? 베르길리우스 씨.
Wait, before you go, I think you owe us some explanation, Vergilius.
자세한 건 파우스터 씨에게 맡기지.
I will leave the details to Miss Faust. I am quite busy.
그렇게 하죠.
Very well. Vergilius turned around and left toward Mephistopheles with an oddly disgruntled expression.
또 언젠가 봐요.
Well then, I'll see you around.
다음에는 저도 한 사람 몫을 한다는 걸 보여드릴 겁니다.
Next time, I'll show you that I can carry my own weight.
저번에는 너무 볼썽사나웠어서.
You know, oh boy, the last time we met, I was really so darn pathetic. Yes.
파일럿, 그런 건 말보다 행동으로 보여주는 게 더 멋진 법이랍니다.
Pilot, competence is shown through action, not words. Sodom Pilot gave us a light nod before following Vergilius. Some sinners opened their mouths to speak, hesitated, then closed them again. We let them go without a word. Perhaps we didn't know what we could say to not make this an awkward farewell.
그럼 모시도록 하겠습니다.
Very well, please, this way. Or maybe we were simply mindful of this guy who was responsible for the quality of our stay. Yeah, the guy who's brown nosing. I forgot that by this point in the story, it's like it's been a while since Aldous has gone through and just been like, ah. Okay, so apparently if I click on support over here, What? What? I could have just done this? What? None of my friends have access to the Heath Cardo, though. Oh, that's delightful. Okay, okay. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Wow. But regardless, it's like, we're still working at 120... 180. 180% of the event resources, so we're fine. Well, not 180. That other 20%, it's 160, and the other 20% was for different event resources, so it's fine. Deep resentment ought to be washed away. Hang on. Or when the far one comes betwixt the burnt or shall a star fall astray.
이쪽으로 가는 게 맞나요? 아까부터 이상한 노래도 들리고.
Are you sure we're going the right way? I don't like the sound of these weird songs.
가도에는 도련님을 노리는 자가 지천이니 아무래도 평범한 길로 다닐 수는 없는 법이죠.
The main streets are most likely teeming with those seeking to bring harm to the young master. We must venture an alternative path. And like I said, there weren't any skirmishes once we made it deeper into the dark alleyways. The lack of foot traffic would normally be pretty unsettling, but I guess that's what we needed at this moment.
그리고 저건 뒷골목에선 몇 개월 전부터 돌고 있는 노래입니다.
As for the song, it's a song that's become rather popular in the backstreets in the recent months. What were the lyrics again? Let's see. Deep resentment ought to be washed away, for when the far one comes, betwixt the burnt door shall a star fall astray. Huh. That's ominous.
유명한 노래 중 가사가 좀 으스스한데.
The lyrics are pretty ominous for a popular song.
어느 날부터인가 사람들이 하나둘 부르기 시작했는데 멸문한 공가에서.
Oh yeah, I remember this. It is a song that spread through word of mouth. It sings of how the annihilated Kong family.
여기서 말하긴 자리가 좋지 않군요. 기회가 되면 말씀드리리다.
This is not the place to discuss such matters. I will share the tale in a more appropriate setting later, should we come across it.
그런 노래도 있었군요.
Didn't know there was a song like that.
홍루 씨도 처음 들어보는 노래인가요?
Is this the first time you've heard of it too, Honglu?
귀하게 자란 도련님이면 뒷골목은 처음 와봤을 테니까 이런 노래도 처음인 거겠지.
He's a posh git from a posh family. I thought he's ever set his precious feet in the back streets, so it's no wonder he's never heard anything like it.
뒷골목에 처음 와본 건 아니지만 히스클리프 씨의 말도 틀린 건 아니에요.
I have been to the back streets before, but Heathcliff isn't wrong.
저는 대부분의 시간을 제 방에서 보냈으니까요.
I did spend most of my time in my room.
그건 도련님께서 그만큼 귀한 분이시기 때문이지 않습니까?
That is precisely because you're the most treasured one of them all, young master. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Earlier, Honglu said that, you know, he would get 10 duels a day with people trying to vie for his life. I spent most of my time in my rooms. Yeah, you were dueling the rest of the time.
가장 비싸고 반짝이는 옥을 본체 가장 깊은 곳, 아무도 닿지 않는 곳에 숨겨두는 것처럼 말이지요.
Much like how the jade of the greatest worth is to be cherished, prized, and hidden in the deepest depths of one's coffers where none shall reach. I like him.
최근에는 덜하긴 했어.
To a lesser degree, particularly as of late. So that guy used to work for the Goth family, huh? Do you know him, Honglu?
네? 도련님? 어찌 얼굴을 그리 살피시는지?
Young master, is there something on my face? Honglu stopped himself as though a thought flashed in his head and glanced quietly in my direction. Then,
아무것도 아니에요. 저희는 계속 이쪽으로 걸으면 될까요?
it's nothing. Shall we continue walking down this road?
그러합니다. 소인 이 근방의 지리에는 달통하니 걱정치 마시게.
Something on your face? There's about to be. Indeed, humble as I may be, I am very well versed in the roads of this area. Honglu shook his head at me as he casually changed the subject. It was as though he was trying to hide something we know from Qingtao. Should we be suspicious of something?
조심해서 나쁠 건 없겠죠. 협력자라고 하지만 임시니까요.
He is a collaborator, but only a temporary one. A degree of caution would be advisable.
파일럿이라는 놈이 말하는 꼴을 봐선 충분히 의심해야 할 필요는 있겠지.
Wow! Throwing Pilot onto the bus, Otis. Given Pilot's clear inexperience and naivety, we do well to remain suspicious of this character. I mean, you're not wrong, but still. Faust and Otis approached me as Honglu was nodding along and chatting amicably with our guide. Well, looking back at our journey so far, I think we learned our lesson about blindly trusting every collaborator we come across. With this growing mistrust in mind, I slowly made my distance from the guide before asking Faust the burning question. So, what was that about back there with Vergilius? Something about him going off to help them out?
워더링 하이츠에서 있었던 일의 후속 조치입니다.
The consequences of his actions at Wuthering Heights.
사측과 계약했던 중대한 사항을 위반했으니 그에 대한 책임을 지는 중이라고 보시면 되겠군요.
His actions were a violation of one of the more important items in his contract with the company. He is simply taking responsibility for the breach of contract. I think back to the incident at the manor. It feels like such a long time ago now. Well, that's kind of a bummer. He really helped us out of a pickle.
뭐? 그때 그 일 때문에 그 인간이 끌려가는 거라고?
What? That's what they're dragging him away for? Yes.
귀빈분들께서 무슨 일이라도 있으신지?
Is there a problem, honored guests?
아무것도 아니에요. 그치, 루슈?
It's nothing at all. No problemo, right, Ryoshi?
목주 덜 떨어진 것.
S.U. Idiot.
메르소, 우리 희씨가 좀 피곤한 것 같은데 받아줄 수 있지?
Marcel, can you carry Heath for a little bit? He's dead tired.
문제 없다.
It will be done. Heathcliff, punched in the gut by the hilt of Ryoshi's sword, fell forward right onto Mersault's welcoming shoulder. Okay. Rhodia?
나는 비밀 이야기하는데 눈치 없이 목소리 커지는 사람은 싫더라.
It's funny calling Heathcliff gay when, like, Heathcliff is probably the most straight person on the bus. Like, even in the story he's from, he's just completely and utterly dedicated to one person. Like, dang. And that person, it's a straight relationship. You know the kind of person I hate the most? The kind of dull people who can't read the room.
단테도 그렇지?
I can't read the room so many times. So, Advertisement's about to start, which means I'm about to sit here and just start, like... Let's keep going to advertisements. Did you feel the same way, Dante? Yep. Dante doesn't want to be punched in the gut. I nodded enthusiastically, as something seemed to imply that she wasn't really asking me a question. I don't think she was about to punch my lights out, but...
Let's see advertisements!
Advertisements! Yay! Okay, time for me to go and be like, something else about the Limbus company. Pra-da-da. Something else I think about. Hang on, I should probably drink some water. Water's a good idea. Want a lot of, like, you know, liquid. So, it's just kind of like... I mentioned it a little bit earlier, but I will occasionally come across, like, some Project Moon fan works and fan animations, and I just think, oh my gosh, they're so good. One of which was basically just celebrating the anniversary of Project Moon, and specifically Limbus Company. And it was... the general plot of it, like, it had an entire plot, and it was going and covering events from all three games, was just, like, trying to, like, limit the effects of, like, death and destruction in the Project Moon universe, with the idea that if they did enough of that, you know, that particular universe could become real. Just separate it out enough from the Project Moon universe. And I thought it was very interesting. Like, they covered a few particular events. One of the most interesting parts that was covered in that particular animation was actually about the pianist in Library of Ruina, saying that so many events of Library of Ruina happen because the pianist kills a lot of people. And so, like, you know, it's a bit of, like, it kind of sat in the realm of fan fiction that I'm not usually the biggest fan of, which is, you know, rewriting the story and saying, here's my version of it as it should have had, rather than an alternate universe, just being like, well, it was billed as an alternate universe, but it was like rewriting the story. But it was fascinating because a lot of it was just trying to be like, here are events that, if they went just a little bit differently, would change so much of the Project Moon universe. It was fascinating. Anyways, that's the end of advertisements, so back to this.
이번 일은 로자 씨와 류슈 씨의 판단이 옳습니다. 부회자에게 회사의 기밀한 건을 들리게 할 수는 없으니까.
Rodion and Ryoshu judged correctly this time. Classified company information must not be discussed in the presence of an outsider.
생각해보면 예전에 버스에서도 손 안 들고 질문해서 꽤 오래 기절했었죠. 어째 눈치가 늘지를 않네요.
Reminds me of the time he got knocked out cold for a while because he kept asking questions without raising his hands. This guy just doesn't learn, huh? How do you describe the difference between alternate universe and rewriting the story? Simple. An alternate universe holds events that never could have happened. So, for example, there are plenty of alternate universes which are just alternate universe fan fictions, which are crossovers between multiple properties, or alternate universe fan fictions where it's like, yes, here's one particular part of the story that just went differently, and we're gonna explore this like entire separate thing. For example of like an alternate universe in that vein, it would be like if Darth Vader had raised Luke Skywalker, kind of deal, right? Rewriting the story typically becomes the case of like, there are particular events that the fan didn't like, and you could tell because they will go and focus on the events and have them go a different way, have them be portrayed a different way. The example of rewriting the story that I can think of off the top of my head that like is going to be a little bit too niche for some people to get is between the fan project Friday Night Funkin' Corruption and the competing fan project basically of Friday Night Funkin' Corruption Retold, where like somebody just didn't like how the story was going and decided to rewrite it but better as their thing, and it's like, I'm not the biggest fan of that. So rewriting the story kind of becomes telling it better. And the fan animation kind of straddled the line. It would normally be too much rewriting the story for my telling, but it was billed as alternate universe explicitly, so it's fine. Who are you straddling? Well, for one thing, and why is their name Line? Well, their name is Light, but, you know, close enough. And I'm mostly straddling a vibrator, you know, as people do. Yeah. Reminds you of the time he got knocked out cold for a while because he kept asking questions without raising his hands. This guy just doesn't learn, huh?
살상을 벌인 것도 아니니 괜찮은 보안 정책이라고 생각한다.
You successfully preserved the secrecy of classified information without spilling blood. I applaud this policy. For Chiwa's reasons, might clarify that I'm not doing that right now. I am not doing that right now. No, my vibrator is like put away right now. All my stuff is put away. I am wearing pants and shirt and panties. And for Kaylee's clarification, my feet are currently unclothed, but that's it. And you will not see pictures because I don't share that on stream, and I haven't shared that online either. Cargo chanty. What? What the fr- What? Cut. What? I don't want to know. That sounds horrifying. Oh, but the car doesn't go janties. The car goes vroom. No. I did good, didn't I? I'm just not a fan of how they're treating Heathcliff like dirt now.
별일이 아니라면 다행입니다만.
If it is no problemo, as you say, then that is well indeed.
송구스럽게도 곧 별일이 벌어질 것 같아 걱정이기도 합니다.
Yet I worry that it appears that the problem has found us anyway. I stopped and looked around, realizing that we were surrounded by a group of people wielding various weapons in their hands. I back and think brusque for the cargo Janty thing. Oh no. I'm brusque. Cargo Janty's mentioned. You are the vendor of the concept. No. Why? Oh no.
이쪽으로 가면 습격은 없다면서.
What happened to us finding a safer path?
꽤 많은 습격은 피했으리라 생각합니다만 몇몇 눈치 빠른 자들이 꼬리를 밟은 건 통탄스럽지만 어쩔 수 없겠죠.
Wow. It is likely that my guidance has indeed given us a much safer path away from the more obvious skirmishes. However, to my great regret, it appears that the more observant of our enemies have tracked us here.
젠장. 그걸 방지하는 게 니놈의 협력을 구한 이유 아니었나?
Damn it. Then what are you even here for? Isn't it your job to prevent this exact scenario? Also, I'll blame you a perfectly reasonable amount, Kaylee. But, yeah, Bruska's the inventor. I will blame Bruska a ton.
잘잘못은 조금 있다가 따지죠. 우선 빠짐없이 쓰러뜨리는 게 우선일 것 같아요.
Leave the finger pointing for later. We're gonna have to take them all down.
우리가 여기 있다는 사실 저들이 외부에 퍼뜨리지 않게 해야 한다.
Brusk, I'm not planning on doing that. 'Cause I'm in charge. You're right. I have some of the blame too. They must not be allowed to disseminate our current location.
맞아. 근데 말이야, 경도 씨. 지금 슬금슬금 어디 가는 거야?
'Cause you're... No! Dagnabbit, I didn't get the pun! No! I should have got... No. I am ashamed. Ah! Okay. Exactly. Where are you sticking off to, Mr. Xingtao?
소인이 전투에는 영 소질이 없어 잠시 뒤로 물러나려 합니다. 그래도 도련님과 귀빈분들이 강하시니.
I must regrettably and humbly say that my talents in war are terribly lacking, so I intend to become scarce for a moment. Yet, I have the utmost faith in the strengths of our young master and the honored guest in overcoming this adversity, so... Xing Tao was already standing so far away from the front lines that he was practically hiding behind me. Oh, dang. Faust, anything you could tell us about these enemies? They must not be allowed to disseminate, said Result. Yes. Yes. I really need to read Mersault's story. Dagnabbit. Because, like, Mersault's chapter is coming up next. Like, this is the... We're playing the interval that comes right before Honglu's. But after Honglu was Ryoshu, and we finished Ryoshu, and then next up in the main story is Mersault. So, yeah.
네. 하지만 계절 샤파트를 거치지 않아도 저들과 협상의 여지가 없다는 건 알 것 같군요.
No. But a consultation with the Gussel shop seems unnecessary if we are determined whether negotiating with them is an option.
옵니다.
They're coming. Result? Wake Heathcliff up and set him down.
알겠습니다.
It will be done. This is such a cool, like, picture. So what level are they? 53. 53. I could just win rate these fools and win. Yeah! I just pressed the win rate button and I get to watch fun anime fight scenes. Yay! Wow! Wow!
저기는 땅에 떨어졌네.
Okay.
이제 우리를 누가 막겠는가?
날개를 펼쳐 시리수에게 발톱을 걸어.
It's kind of fascinating because this is like the hard mode of the Intervallo, which just barely released, but I mean, I'm still, you know, caught up with all the story content, so it's like,
여기선 이런 공격이 들어가는군요.
열어졌지.
wow.
예사롭지가 않은데 아주 작사를 내놨어.
I also love the song's identity, it's so good. Yeah.
목을 떨고 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
Song's identity is so freaking good. Wow. To be fair, most of the high show pack identities are really good, but that's just because Hangwoo exists. Yeah. Wow. Granted, in my main like group, I've managed to get away from just having high show packs. They stuck around in my team for a long time, but yeah. I don't know, I like having a variety in my team comp. Wow. Plus, my main team comp kind of changes with like whatever event is happening.
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
But I mean, I did just have this particular team comp sitting in the back burner, just kind of sitting here, and I'm like, yeah, I can just break it out.
지금처럼 엄마와 함께 이곳저곳을 다니며 많은 기억을 쌓아줘. 언젠가
당장 덤벼드는 자들은 이것으로 마무리된 것 같다.
Hostiles in the immediate vicinity have been eliminated. Our collaborator, who'd been hiding far from the battle, quickly ran up to her side as soon as the fight ended.
도련님, 몸은 괜찮으십니까?
Are you unhurt, young master?
그럼요. 말짱하답니다.
Yep, I'm totally fine.
과연 귀빈분들도 뛰어나신 무공을 지니고 계시지만 그 중에서도 도련님의 거동이 가장 빛나셨습니다.
Oh my gosh. The brown nosing is so intense! Of course, our guest martial skills were all exceptionally brilliant, but, young master, your light was the brightest even among the incandescent!
소인, 감탄을
And
금치
there's that
못했습니다.
look again.
도련님께서 이렇게나 무예를 단련하셨을 줄이야.
This humble servant could not hold back his tears at this wondrous sight. To witness such excellent martial arts from none other than the young master himself, what an unexpected surprise! Okay.
가시 가문 사람들은 어릴 적부터 어마어마한 훈련을 한다면서요.
But don't the family of the God family undergo all kinds of strict training regimens from childhood?
그야 가문을 떠나신 이후로는 수련하지 않으셨을 수 있다고 생각했으니.
It was simply my assumption that young master had ceased his trainings once he departed the family. Well, no, he's been fighting a lot of things.
그런데 저희가 여기 있는 건 어떻게 알아차린 걸까요?
Anyways, how do you think they tracked us down anyway?
아, 그건 말입니다만 아무래도 뒤를 밟힌 게 아닌 것 같습니다.
About that, it appears that we weren't exactly tracked down.
본래 이 뒷골목에 털을 잡은 이들이 도련님의 존엄을 알아채고 덤벼든 것이 아닐까 하는 생각이 듭니다.
Perhaps it may be that the ilk who lurk in these parts of the back streets recognize the young master's venerable countenance.
제 얼굴이 그렇게까지 잘 알려져 있진 않을 것 같은데요.
I don't think my face is that well known.
가주 선발의 기일이 얼마 남지 않은 지금 가문 어르신들의 사랑을 한 몸에 받는 도련님의 얼굴을 모르는 이가 이 홍원 바닥에 있을 리가 없지 않습니까?
Family hierarchy evaluations are nigh. Every soul living in Hongyan must know the face of the young master who is loved by every elder of the family.
필시 귀한 것을 가지고 있을 것이라 생각해 습격하는 것일 테죠.
It must be that they are under the assumption that you are carrying something of great value. Technically true, yeah. Family hierarchy, huh? Didn't Gasha Shun say something about heirs back then? Oh, we might be getting puppy parade. Yay, puppy parade! Yay!
다들 잘못 짚으셨네요. 저는 어르신들이 원하는 귀한 것은 하나도 가지고 오지 않았거든요.
They'll assume wrong then. I didn't bring anything precious that the elders might be looking for.
도련님은 역시 여전히
Young Master, even now?
저는 그런 것에 도통 관심이 없어서요.
I just couldn't care less about it. That's all. Dang. Using the correct phrase too, couldn't care less.
다른 형제 자매들이 저보다 훨씬 가주에 걸맞기도 하고요.
Besides, many of my siblings are much better fit to be the family hierarch than I am.
그럴 수가.
Huh, that's...
아니, 그것은 참으로 다행이군요.
Ahem, well, that is indeed a relief.
다행인 것이요?
A relief, is it?
그야 가주 선발에 참가하는 건 상당히 위험한 일이니 아무래도 참가하지 않으시는 편이 마음이 놓이지 않겠소이까?
Oh my gosh, you can tell you're so sus. It's kind of funny. Well, but of course, it is a highly dangerous endeavor to partake in the hierarchy of words. Without heart, words. Ahem. It is a highly dangerous endeavor to partake in the hierarchy valuations. So it is of great relief to know that young master is not putting himself in unnecessary danger. I guess that could be relief. Sort of.
하나 처리했으니 이제 당분간은 괜찮겠지?
Ugh. Now that we took them all down, there shouldn't be any more on the way, right?
불안하게 그런 말은 왜 하는 거야? 그래?
Craig, can we not jinx ourselves for 1 second?
요슈 씨까지 웃으니까 뭔가 불안한데요.
But why are you laughing, Ryoshu? Now I'm worried.
걱정 마시지요. 더 으슥한 길로 갈 테니 도착
That's
전까지는
look.
편히 갈 수 있을 것이다.
Please, do not concern yourselves any further. We'll take a more clandestine path. I guarantee a safe and easy passage to our destination.
여전히 이해가 안 가는군. 이렇게 습격받기 좋은 곳이 오히려 적이 없는 곳이라고?
I still have a hard time buying that. The lay of this place would constitute a perfect place to set up an ambush in most places. Yet you claim this to be the safer path.
홍원의 구조라는 것이 다른 지역과는 사뭇 다르기에
Yet I must ask you to place your faith in this humble servant, for Hongyan is not like most places.
우선은 따르지.
Fine, for now. Altis shut her eyes for a moment, out of retorts, then turned to look at Ishmael.
어이, 이스마일. 분명히 또 어딘가에서 이곳에 팜플렛을 손에 넣었겠지?
Oi, Ishmael. You must have a pamphlet of this place handy, don't you?
설마 하나 달라는 건가요?
Ishmael. Someone's finally gonna read the pamphlet other than Ishmael. No way. You're actually going to read it.
그건 말고 질문할 이유가 있나?
Why else would I ask?
아니, 1년이 다 되게 말을 안 듣다가 이렇게 확 들어오면 아무래도 좀 놀라죠. 이제야.
No, I mean, how can I not be caught off guard after almost a whole year of getting brushed off by everyone every time I pled with them to read the damn pamphlets? Like, hell, did no one think to...
쓸데없는 감상만 늘어놓을 거라면 내가 알아서 정보를 취하지.
I will find my own intel if you're just going to ramble on and on with your grievances.
아니, 여기 있어요.
Okay, fine, here it is. Altus opened the pamphlet and began intently glaring at its text, as though she didn't want to miss even the smallest detail of information in there. Suspicion clear on her knitted brows. Yeah.
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다.
Yay.
일을 바로 세우는 데 일조하였으니 내일은
Yay.
살아갈 수 있겠군요.
I need 4 more and then I can completely empty that and then we will check for the freaking, like, for the Heath Cardo identity. But hang on. If I'm also getting the other identity stuff, I should be switching around the stuff just to be like, hey, let's maximize how many I can get. Of course. I forgot. Everyone from the middle is also getting a buff. That's right. You think I reached the buff cap? What's the buff cap? Dante. Dante.
소재가 준비됐어?
Wow. It's fine though. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Should be around 120. 60, 120. Yeah, that seems about right. Yep. Yeah.
보는 눈은 있네요. 여기서 저만
Anyways.
보는 눈만 있는
Wow.
숨어들기 나쁘지 않군 그래.
We were on a desperate run. All the while fighting off hordes upon hordes of enemies.
아이씨, 야, 이 앞으로는 편할 거라면서 이게 뭔데?
Oi! What happened to safe and easy passage? Explain this shite.
도련님의 빛나는 얼굴을 알아버린 탓에
It appears that the young master's radiant countenance was made known.
인적 없는 곳으로 들어온 거 아니었나요? 어째 입구보다 사람이 더 많은 것 같은데요?
I thought we were finding a more clandestine passage. How come we're getting jumped by even more enemies?
말씀드렸듯 도련님의
As I have said, the young master's radiant.
분명할 거면 좀 레퍼토리라도 다양하게 하세요.
At least try to give a little variation to your excuses.
습격한 자들의 소속이 모두 다른 것을 보아 이자가 마냥 거짓을 고하는 건 아닌 것 같습니다만.
I cannot so easily say that he is being untruthful, given the disjointed allegiance of the enemies attacking us. Aldous played with the pamphlet in her hand, clearly frustrated but unable to establish anything concrete.
어딘가에 소속되지도 않은 사람들이 가시 가문의 일원을 습격한다니.
For people who thought it clear allegiance to attack a member of the Goth family.
요즘 뒷골목 분들은 굉장히 과감해지셨네요. 예전에는 지나갈 때마다 엎드려 계셔서
와.
얼굴 보기도 힘들었는데. 다행이네요.
Looks like everyone in the back streets has been getting pretty plucky while I was away. Back then, I couldn't even catch a glimpse of their faces. They'd all be on their hands and knees whenever we walked past. Ah, what a wonderful change.
다행히 개뿔. 도대체 언제까지 가야 하는 건데?
Oh, shove that wonderful change up your ass, you bloody loon. How much longer till we get there?
얼마 지나지 않아 객잔에 도착할 테니 괜찮소이다.
My Kashan is near. Calm your worries. Our guide seems oddly calmer now than he did at the beginning of this journey. Did he really get numb to chew all the violence that fast? Or...
그러고 보니 아까부터 객잔 하는데 객잔이 뭔데?
Speaking of which, what's a Kashan?
일종의 숙박업소입니다.
It is a term commonly used to refer to taverns, inns, or equivalent places of lodging in this region.
숙박? 그럼 호텔?
Lodging, huh? Like a hotel?
꽤 좋은 곳이겠네? 막 워프 열차 때처럼 웰컴 푸드 같은 것도 주는 거 아니야?
It's gotta be pretty fancy then, huh? Do they serve like complimentary snacks and drinks like the warp train?
그것까진 모르겠지만 객잔은 보통 술이랑 음식도 같이 파는 것 같던데 식사는 할 수 있을지도 모르겠네요.
Not sure about that, but it seems like Kajans also serve alcohol and food alongside their lodging services. Maybe we can get a meal in there.
거기에서는 이렇게 덤벼드는 놈들은 없는 거야?
And hopefully we won't be attacked there like this.
간의 불가침. 당연히 주거지 내부에서의 싸움은 홍원에서도 이 구역, 이 층계만의 금기이지요.
Oh yeah, that's the taboo. The taboo of the head for like residents. It's not it's not destroying buildings. It's just non-aggression within residential areas. Okay. Residential non-aggression taboo. Any mutual acts of violence inside a residential building is, within this particular area and floor of Hongyan, a taboo. They get really specific with that one.
금기. 그나마 한시름 놓겠구려.
Taboo. We may rest easy within, then. I saw Faust's eyeballs... eyeballs. Eyebrows. What about the L Corp when the Kumo came? To be fair, okay, that would be District 11. For District 11, L Corp had fallen by the time the Kumo came. So, technically speaking, there is no, like, governing entity to go and basically designate any more areas as residential. That's what I interpret it as. Like, lots and lots of things fall apart when, like, one of the mega corporations running one of these nests, like, falls. Like I said, it gets very specific. Very specific what counts as residential. I saw Faust's eyebrows slightly twitch. Yes, but they were still homes as a super student attacked there. No, they did not. Oh, hang on. Dog barking. Time for the reverse fucking brain. It's a rule just for the sweepers. People can still be killed there. Oh. Whoops. I don't know. In Distortion Detective, like, in the Distortion Detective story, Moses has an issue where she can't actually break into a building to be safe from the sweepers. So I suppose that's part of the issue. But that's part of like where my assumption came from. Putting that aside. As though she had just heard the most ridiculous thing. But I guess I'll ask her about it later.
나 참 가주인지 당주인지 선발할 거라면 그때나 치고받고 할 것이지.
Phew, man. If it's for some kind of family hierarchy or family head selection contest, why couldn't they save all this fighting until then? Problem there is that all buildings are treated with the singularity of P Corp. No, they aren't. Not really. Like, a lot of them are, but they wouldn't be, right? Putting that aside. Actually, I need to look that up now. Just, let's see. Limbus Company P Corp. They just are sturdier than they look. Okay, items created using their singularity are highly resistant to damage and maintain their structural integrity unless, well, regardless of external influences. The more expensive a Pico product is, the safer the interior is from harm. Let's see. There's nothing here that suggests that every single building is treated with it. Also, the sinners would have broken that rule of no fighting before Kanto won. True. True. That is true.
그때가 되면 늦으니까요.
Because it would be too late.
응? 늦는다고?
Late how?
네. 가주 후보라면 모두 대단히 귀중한 걸 가져왔을 거예요.
Every higher candidate must have brought incredibly precious treasures with them.
자신이 가져온 게 제일 귀중하다고 믿는다면 좋겠지만
It would be nice if they believe that their own treasure is the most precious of them all, but
확실한 건 다른 후보가 가져온 걸 빼앗는 거네요. 자기보다 더 귀중한 걸 가져왔을 수도 있으니까요.
But everyone's going to try to take each other's just to be sure, just in case someone else brought something even better than their own.
하는 김에 목숨도 빼앗아 두면 더 편하다고 생각하고 있을 테죠.
And might as well kill them too, for the sake of convenience.
아니, 당신네 가문은 항상 그런 논리로 굴러가는 거야?
Is that how the folks in your family think? What kind of line of thinking is that? The actual reason is that it's a rule of this place instead of the head, or he just lied. Yeah, he must have lied.
다른 집안도 크게 다른 것 같진 않던걸요?
But other families didn't seem too different from mine, Fuhu. From my understanding, the actual, like, taboo of the head is destroying, like, residential buildings. Remember that one thing in Honglu's Kanto? Yeah. I'm trying to be vague about what specifically happens, because some people might just be dropping in and might not know about anything about, like, this part of Limbus company, so I'm just like, okay. Destroying the building might be it. Yep. But it has to be residential. And that distinction is very technical with a lot of permits. Yeah. But other families didn't seem to differ from mine, Fuhu. Damn.
장소 중에 소인이 끼어드는 듯하여 송구스럽습니다만.
Deepest apologies for intruding upon this most enthralling conversation. However,
슬슬 걸음을 빨리 하지 않으면 곤란해지실 것 같습니다.
P-Corp Singularity might be a good use for the front door and walls. Okay, so, Medmir, I just gotta bring this up. In a couple of the intervallos now, Limbus Company has gone through and talked about the different grades of Singularity. Specifically, the more expensive a Singularity is, the more, the more expensive you pay for the use of a Singularity. Yeah. So P-Corp Singularity isn't necessarily used everywhere, and it's not applied. Yeah. Okay, cool. But might be a good use for the front door and walls? Yes. It might be. You may be inviting even further trouble by dallying here. With that, the guide pulled out a watch to check the time.
바깥은 곧 밤이 올 것이기 때문에.
It will be nighttime soon. Yeah. Generally, you want to be inside a residential building before it goes nighttime. Because,
다들 솟는 것 같네요. 지금 달려들면 딱 좋겠어요.
what is it specifically? Like, I remember it's very specific about the hours that the sweepers go through and just kill everything not in a residential building. Not applied linearly, no need to pay to preserve everything anyways, and as long as it stops the common thugs, it's fine. Yeah. Some places don't use it. And that's where the taboo about, like, you know, breaking residential buildings comes in handy. Because if you do it, you might just get, like, a claw sent your way from the head. I don't imagine a full arbiter would be sent out for, like, destruction of a residential building. I don't imagine. Like, would that be something to send out an arbiter for?
아까처럼만 해. 그럼 이번 전투도 쉽게
I mean, a
수
claw
있을
is bad enough on their own. So it's yeah. I guess it could also depend on the strength of all the people involved. Yeah. Now that I think about it, I'm just like, okay. What? Would the level of response from, like, the head be based off of the power levels of everyone involved, or the severity of the breaking of the taboo? Because if it's based off of the severity of the taboo involved, then, you know, you might end up with a rat got too close to a residential area and took a pickaxe to the wall, not realizing it was residential, and then in freaking, like,
17번째라니. 확실히 관리자의 지위가 동반된다면
if severity at that point, then that would probably be a claw. Yeah, that would be a claw. Ooh. Claw versus rat. Oh no. Oh. Ah. But part of the reason I think about it is because a theoretical way that the Arknights collab could have gone with like Limbus Company would be that if the response is based on the severity of the taboo broken, then having the Arknights people come into the world of the Limbus Company, into the city, would immediately set like an arbiter and multiple members of the head to an arbiter and multiple claws, which that would put the collab dead in its tracks. Now here we are.
여긴가요?
Is this the place? After running through alleyway after alleyway, after turning corner after corner, we finally came across the sight of several small buildings tightly built next to one another. At the center of them was a building lit with red lamps, adorned with a door plate with complicated-looking letters scribbled over it.
생각보다 허름한데? 당신네 도련님이 묵기엔 허접한 거 아니야?
This is shoddier than I expected. Hey, isn't this place a bit too trashy to house your precious young master?
그쪽은 다른 건물입니다. 귀빈 여러분들을 모실 장소는 바로 이것이지요.
This is not our building. Please, look this way to see where our honored guests will be staying for the night.
역시 그렇지. 홍루한테 들은 게 있는데 적어도 호화... 응?
I knew it! I heard so much from Honglu about all the splendor, all the... Huh? We followed Xing Tao's finger and arrived at a small warehouse of sorts, its exterior painted in black. That looks smaller than even Mephistopheles. Can we all even fit in there?
저 건물은 당신네 도련님이 아니라 우리가 묵기에도 좀 허접하지 않아?
Hey, isn't that place too trashy for your young master? Let alone us?
이곳은 제가 관리하는 객잔 중 가장 가까운 곳입니다만 뒷골목에 있다 보니 아무래도 부족함이 많습니다.
This is the nearest kashan we could afford to stay in, at least among the ones that I manage. Yet its location in the back streets heavily limits the level of decency it can afford.
이것밖에 준비하지 못해 송구합니다, 도련님.
My deepest and sincerest apologies, young master.
부족할 때도 있는 거죠. 그래도 하루 묵기엔 문제 없어 보이는걸요?
Don't worry. We can't always sleep in decent places. It looks just fine for an overnight stay to me.
제정신인가요? 전부 들어갈 수 있는지도 확실하지 않는데.
Are you nuts? Can that thing even fit all of us in there?
중앙구역 본가에 있는 조금 더 좋은 장소에 귀빈분을 모시고 싶었지만
Much should I wish to guide the honored guest to the family mansion in the central zone.
아무래도 곧 그 시간이
However, the time.
청소의 물결을 말하는 건가?
Oh, the sweeping wave. Doesn't that start at 3:13 in the morning? There we go, the exact time it starts. I feel like we've got plenty of time to get there.
그러게요. 이 정도 시간이면 본가가 있다는 곳까지 갈 수 있지 않나요?
Exactly. Don't we have more than enough time to get to the family mansion?
H사 관광 안내 책자에 따르면 여기서 중앙구역까지는 1시간이면 갈 수 있다고.
According to the H-Corp travel guide, the central area is only like an hour away from here.
귀빈께서는 탈구에 걸음한 적이 있소이까?
Has the honored guest traveled to District 8 before?
아니요. 직접 와보는 건 이번이 처음이죠.
Well,
하지만
no, this is my first time here, but
헌데 직접 겪지도 않은 이곳의 사정을 어찌 책자 하나로 논할 수 있는지.
Then one must ask how the honored guest could claim to have the full understanding of a place merely by flipping through a book, when she hasn't had to contend with it in person.
헤아릴 수 없을 정도로 빽빽하고 무성한 건물들의 수, 주기적으로 이동하는 건물로 인해 시시각각 바뀌는 길, 거기에 이지를 잃은 뒷골목 조직이나 사무소의 무차별적인 습격까지.
Innumerable, unpredictable changes await in this teeming jungle of buildings. The ever-shifting structures, the constantly changing paths, ambushes from foolish yet vicious syndicates, or even offices of the backstreets. Oh, we are beset by danger from all sides.
이곳의 현상을 쉬이 예측하려 드는 건 단명을 재촉합니다. 이는 삼척동자도 다 아는 일일 테죠.
Such bold, flippant approach to predicting the phenomena of this place is to court death. Even a toddler must know that.
식견의 짧음에 소인은 통탄을 금하지 못하겠습니다.
One fails to disguise his utter sorrow at the inadequacy of her wisdom. Do play off. Is it just me, or are we all thinking back to Ishmael back at the Great Lake?
조용히 하세요, 단테.
Zip it, Dante.
하지만 책자에 적혀 있다는 건 이론상 가능하다는 말이지 않나.
But if the guidebook lists a path, does it not imply that it is technically possible to reach there in time? Aldous suddenly took a step forward. In her hand was the H-Corp travel pamphlet that Ishmael was talking about.
길 안내조차 제대로 하지 못한 네 녀석과 다르게 관리자님께서 우리를 이끈다면 밤이 찾아오기 전에 도달할 수 있다고 생각된다만.
I have faith that if our executive manager would lead us in your directionally challenged stead, they would be able to lead us to our destination before night falls. Me?
아무래도 합의된 적 없는 생각 같소만.
This does not appear to have been discussed beforehand.
좋소. 기탄 없이 말씀드리리다.
And that look. Very well. Allow me to speak freely, without the frills.
소인의 본부는 도련님과 귀빈분들을 중앙구역까지 안내하는 것. 도련님을 안전히 보필하는 것이 제가 받은 소명입니다.
Yeah. My responsibility is to bring the honored guest to the central zone and to ensure the young master's safety.
무리에서 돌파한다면 예, 가능하죠. 뒷골목에 밤이 찾아오기 전에 본가로 가는 것이 불가능한 것은 아닐 겁니다.
It is indeed technically possible to reach the family mansion before the night in the back streets commences. Technically.
하지만 그 과정에서 도련님께 위험이 발생할 수 있다면 어불성설. 소인이 맡은 임무의 목표는 도련님을 빠르게 안내하는 것이 아닌 안전하게 안내하는 것 아니겠습니까?
Yet, not even one iota of danger to the young master shall be permitted. The mission that has been so graciously bestowed upon this humble servant is not to guide the young master with haste, but to guide him with utmost safety.
오.
Oh my gosh.
무릇 계획은 목표를 중요시해야 합니다. 도련님의 안전을 위협하는 무례배들의 습격이 언제까지 계속될지 알 수 없는 지금 더 길을 나아가는 것은 본말 전부라 판단했습니다.
It is said that those engaging the strategies and plans must remain wary of losing sight of their purpose. To stubbornly forge on toward the family mansion in lieu of necessary intel to see when these mobs of assailants would end is to wrongly prioritize the journey over the destination.
아니, 이 녀석.
And now Aldous has a look too. You. Oh, you.
감탄스럽군. 계획의 일부가 된 자로서 갖춰야 할 요소를 모두 지키고 있나. 보필할 자를 진정 위한다면 역시 그런 태도가 옳지.
Wonderful. Truly impressive. You have all the qualities of someone I would trust with my life when devising a stratagem. This is the most fitting attitude for those who genuinely wish the best for those they serve. Aldous being like, oh, that's the kind of brown nosing we're doing here. Okay, I'm gonna throw it right back at you.
거기서 동조해버리면 어쩌자는 건가요?
Really? You're just gonna start going along with him all of a sudden?
내가 오해가 깊었군.
I have misunderstood your intentions. Truly.
아까는 자네의 몇몇 언질에 대해 저것들이 나와 비슷하단 말하는 것에 처음엔 부하가 치밀었지만
They sparked my ire by comparing some of your choice words with my very own.
자네는 그저 충정을 다할 뿐이었군.
Oh my gosh. Yet now, my eyes have been opened to the honest loyalty that lies within your heart.
이 충정을 이해해주는 분이 있을 줄은 몰랐소이다. 도련님께서도 친누를 고르는 눈이 훌륭히 성장한 것 같아 소희는 안심했습니다.
Oh my gosh, the freaking look in their eyes! This humble servant did not imagine, even in his wildest dreams, that there would be someone who understands the fathoms of his loyalty. It seems that young master has certainly gained an eye for allies and fellowships. This is a cause for much relief in my heart. Game recognizes game.
이 친구 참.
Listen to him. This one knows how to jest. Reading about the taboos, and yeah, it is allegedly just within this particular area and floor of Hongyan, which is very BS. Yep.
글쎄 놈에서 친구가 됐구만.
They're basically best buds now, huh?
조금 감정이 과해졌군. 아무튼 이자의 말대로 더 나아갔을 때 습격이 있을 가능성이 높은 건 사실이지.
Ahem. I may have lost my cool for a moment there. Anyway, this man speaks true. It is highly likely that we would be exposed to attacks of similar nature were we to continue moving at this time. My dog is whining at me for me. Actual rules: no destruction or violation of residential buildings. There it is. Okay. She's just fully on his side now, isn't she? That's when I realized that she was looking in my direction. The exaggerated smile had all but completely faded from her face, replaced with an odd but dead serious expression. When our gazes locked, she nodded. She must be completely turned around by that guy. Is this her way of saying so long? I'm gonna quit and go work with this guy now? Thanks for everything? No. Dante. No.
이 호텔도 야외 막사보다는 훨씬 나은 환경으로 보이니 여기서 피로를 해소한 뒤 다시 움직이는 게 올바른 판단 같군.
And as for this hotel, it is still much better than sleeping in outdoor tent barracks. We should be able to relieve ourselves of some fatigue here before moving on.
반대한 건 오티스 양이지 않았는가?
Did you not early insist on continuing our search for a better accommodation with the greatest vehemence, Miss Otis?
뭐 됐어요. 다들 이해한 것 같으니까 일단 들어가죠.
Yeah, whatever. We get your point. Let's go inside.
넓은 도량으로 이해해 주신다 하니 소희는 감복할 지경이지요.
My homeless self can only behold your generous acceptance of this insufficient lodging with the deepest gratitude. After all that serious talk, the man seemed oddly relieved to hear our decision as he brought his fist and palm together.
현대의 건축물은 외관으로만 판단할 수 없으니 안으로 들어가면 또 다를 수 있어. 괜히 엄침하시게나.
Architecture of today mustn't be judged with such haste merely by an observation of their exterior. The interior may hold aught to be surprised of. Worry not. We all know the most BS taboo there is not paying taxes. Oh my gosh. With Rodion surrendered, wouldn't that be nice? We made our way into the building.
오, 진짠데? 아는 생각보다 멀끔해.
Oh, this actually ain't so bad. It's clean in here.
고풍스러운 멋도 있구려. 벽마다 그려진 이 산수화들이 제법 운치 있어.
This place presents a rather classical aesthetic. The landscape paintings lining the walls give off a rather sophisticated mood. And it's much more spacious inside than it looks from the outside. Did they use some kind of space expansion technology in here too?
아니요. 단순히 적층된 주변 건물 탓에 좁아 보였던 것 같군요.
No. It seems that the building only appeared small due to the density of structures in proximity.
자, 문을 열어두었습니다. 편히 대화 나누실 수 있도록 소희는 옆에 있는 작은 집에서 머물고 있겠습니다.
Well, the door is now open. Should my presence be required, I shall be in the small shed next to this building. Please, do converse freely. Give me a second. I'm about to go get her. Ciao. Hey, Chow. My dog was whining at the door for me. And oh, yep. There she is. Hi, Chow. Hi, yep. Yep. Here you go. Everybody get down! That's the advertisements! Run! Ah! They're quite lenient compared to the real world. They send you a notice to pay up, and only after not paying on the 4th time they go after you. I mean, to be fair, the going after you part in this world is much more terrifying. Which is saying something. But then again, this is a dystopian based off of our own world. It does criticize that process too. Criticize every process we have. Yeah. I love my dog. In this universe, we can sell you body parts and have them replaced with robot parts. Yeah. And it's cheaper. Which is horrifying. There's things that can be done to compel those who aren't paying merely because of lack of funds. Yep. Headbats. Okay, 1 second. I took nom noms. I took nom noms and now I'm holding dog. I can play this game with one hand, and my other hand can pet my dog. She is adorable. And also she is trapped in my arms. Alas. What may come out to like 1-2 pounds of head equate to like 20 pounds of guilt. The man smiled awkwardly and quietly excused himself as the excitement among the sinners began to grow. Meanwhile, Honglu stood a fair distance from the guide, quietly watching his face as he left. Not having funds means you don't have any funds to pay taxes on. There are other things you need to pay taxes on. Like, you're talking like someone who's just gonna be like a rat in the city and you're just gonna sit there and like it. If your body parts are counted as assets, they could be, yeah. His expression was enigmatic, as if he were gazing upon the clouds, the flowers, or even the wind. Yet there was no light in those eyes. It was as if they beheld a storm cloud, a desolate field of wilted flowers, and a howling, destructive gale. Do you suspect something, Honglu? So I decided to ask.
아직은 없는 것 같아요.
Not yet, I don't think. Huh? Not yet?
아무리 오빠라도 수상하다는 생각은 들었나 봐.
No matter how humble your job is, you're still obliged to pay your duties if you earn money. Oh. Yep, Cho. Yep. There we go. Yep. There we go. My dog was fibbling. That's the excerpt from the page that shows the taboo. Oh, dang. So, big brother, something felt off to you too, huh? That's when we caught a familiar voice.
와, 시춘. 벌써 이렇게 만났네.
Wow, Jun, it's you, and so soon too.
말했잖아. 금방 다시 볼 것 같다고.
My dog, Chell, might be sniffing at my snacks. She lost a leg and she seemed to have gained like 14 stomachs. It's kind of funny. Okay, just a quick aside talking about my dog. My dog is funny. We reached a point where we basically end up leaving out food. She will snack on food. And then, like, there will still be food available. There'll be food out there. We'll go get food. The exact kind of food. The exact same kind of food. We'll get our food. And she will act like she has never eaten a day in her life. She'll be like, food. And it's like, the exact same kind of food is sitting right next to her. But the stuff that I get her and I feed her is better simply because I'm grabbing it at that particular moment. If you don't make any gains or transactions, then there's no taxes to do. Yeah. Yeah, I told you I had a feeling we'd be seeing each other again very soon. It does still apparently result in a lot of rats and other people that are not living very well in practice. Yep. After all, they don't quite provide assistance in terms of food.
평안하셨습니까, 도련님?
Have you been well, young master?
웨이 씨도 평안해 보여서 다행이에요. 그럼 시춘도 여기서 묵는 거야?
I'm so glad to see that you're doing well, Master Wei. Oh, wait. Don't tell me you're staying here too, Shishun.
원래라면 이런 곳에는 발도 들이밀지 않겠지만
I normally wouldn't ever set foot in a place like this, but
본가로 돌아가는 길의 입구에 무슨 커다란 공사가 일어나서
뒷골목을 통해 올 수밖에 없었거든.
I ran into some kind of large-scale construction on my way back to the family mansion. Had to come in through the back streets. Ah, the suspicion. The suspicious construction is suspicious. So we weren't the only ones troubled by that random construction site. Yeah? Woo! Shakira is like, no, 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 no. The confident look on Shakira's face was immediately replaced by that of alarm. The only way for a rat to not be a rat is to become a fixer. No. I mean, okay, I gotta talk about this a little bit. In my fanfic, that is the route that the main characters end up taking, but that is not the only route that they take. In fact, in Library of Ruina, we do learn that a more common route for rats to take is to become part of a syndicate. See, in the general hierarchy of the city, rats are the barely employed. If they fall under a syndicate or a criminal organization, they can technically be employed as virtue of being part of that. The corporations do employ rats too. Yes. And that is... In the context of rats on a ship, like in the fanfic, there's fewer viable options. Yes. Yes, there are. Syndicates do have to pay taxes. Yes, they do. The head doesn't care. The corporations do, but the head doesn't. Let me think. In Limbus Company, we have seen a couple of occasions of, like, former rats being brought into a corporation. In fact, in Lobotomy Corporation, like the first game, it is generally insinuated that Lobotomy Corporation is kind of celebrated for hiring people without much care to, like, their just regular abilities, insinuating that some of the employees in Lobotomy Corporation were formerly rats. The issue, and we actually see Roland talk about this in Library of Ruina, is that it is highly suspicious when a rat is, like, you know, brought on by a corporation. When a random person is brought on a corporation, they're usually, like, experimented on or treated poorly. Even in this game, like, where we see, like, some occasions of, like, yes, they might have been better treated. Turns out, they're just as expendable as everyone else. And more so. Everyone paying taxes not being able to dodge them would in fact be an improvement on the real world. Yeah, it would be. Too bad the other ways are just, like, untempered capitalism with, like... In fact, they had mainly recruited rats that they only cared for trauma. Yeah. That's... yeah.
저자도 다시 기억을 잃고 합류한 거야?
Did she lose her memories again? Is she with you?
아니, 돈키호테 씨는 언제나 그대로인걸?
No, Don Quixote's the same as always.
하지만 저런 얼빠진 모습은...
But she looks like such an airhead.
시춘 군 우리 저기 휴게실이라도 가서 잠시 그간 못 나눴던 이야기라도.
Young Chichun, well, would thou accompany me to the lounge for a moment so that we may share a moment of catching up?
그렇네. 잠깐만.
Oh, yeah, actually, let's do that. Hold on. Ga Shixun seemed to hesitate for a moment, staring at Don Quixote after hearing that her memories were intact, before walking right up to her.
그렇게 할까? 나쁘지 않네. 웨이, 나는 이자와 잠깐 이야기라도 나눌 테니 묵을 방을 좀 골라보고 있어봐.
I like that idea. Shall we? Wait, why don't you go and find a room for me to stay in while I take some things out with her? Talk some things out with her. Who's ready for a battle?
왜? 그간 못 나눴던 이야기라도 하자며?
What? You wanted to do some catching up, right?
그것이 관리 전화를.
Out of context, this seems really like lesbians. Which, you know, it's not exactly impossible for Don Quixote to be, like, gay or bisexual or pansexual. Generally, with Project Moonworks, I just assume everyone can love everybody. Especially after reading, like, the Wonderland comic, I think it was called? Which basically had nobody had a single gender. There was no gender in sight. I was like, oh, okay. Tessa, Manager Esquire.
문제 유출은 커다란 귀책 사유가 될 수 있습니다. 단테.
Loss of critical personnel may be a cause for disciplinary action, Dante. Dante. I don't think there's anything wrong with making friends, though. This is the same Dante you go into Mirror Dungeon with, and you get the options of, like, with, like, the robot carrying luggage to write on its screen, hello, which is standard. Writing on the screen is a way to communicate with it, and hello is a good response. Goodbye, which is a little less standard, but, you know, it's a fair response. Or asshole. I still don't know why that option is available for Dante to do, but it's kind of funny anyways.
시춘이 돈키호테 씨가 마음에 들었나 보네요. 저런 장난도 치고.
Looks like Shishun really likes Don Quixote if she's comfortable to tease her like that.
돈키호테 씨가 아니라 그때 봤던 돈키호테 씨의 힘이 마음에 든 거겠죠.
Yep, here we go. And here's the Ishmael. Ready to be like, no, everyone, come on. It's not Don Quixote she likes. She obviously just wants Don Quixote's power she saw back then.
아가씨, 이러시면
My lady, this is hardly the appropriate place for...
알았어. 나중에 할게. 자, 간다고.
Fine, I'll try again later. Go get some sleep. I'm heading in too. Shishun sighed with a bit of disappointment before heading into the lobby. Yes, Brian, you can add that quote. But, this really seems like lesbians. Shishun sighed with a bit of disappointment before heading into the lobby. Well, let's all head inside now. Rereading that, I'm not wholly convinced it's not lesbians. So I and the rest of the sinners followed her into the lodging. Rereading it, I'm not convinced it's not lesbians. Yay.
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다.
Yeah.
의도 세우는 데 일조하였으니 내일은 더 떳떳이 살아갈 수 있겠군요.
Okay, let's see. Yeah. So now that we have that, let's go back and what you wrote is what I said the first time. Let's see if I can extract Heathcliff. Nope. Nope. That is 61 attempted pulls. That is 61 attempted pulls and nada. Streamer luck does not exist for me. There were 2 reallys in what you wrote. The first one was your typo. Yep. Ba-da-bum, ba-ba-ba. Ba-da-bum, ba-ba-ba. Wah! Yes, Sinclair? Everyone is busy looking around and commenting on various things in our lodging, but Sinclair appeared to be the most anxious of them all. Sinclair?
이건 이상해요.
Something in here stands out. Like, imagine an ideal picture. Imagine a Yi-sung picture.
불렀어.
Did you call? Yi-sung, you freaking love that pun in Korean. And it doesn't make sense with translation, but it doesn't matter. You hecking love it to bits.
그 농담 오랜만이네.
Aw, I missed that joke, Yi-sung.
부른 건 아니지만 아니 아무튼 지금 아무도 이상한 걸 모르겠어요?
That's not what I was... I'm not... Ah! Anyway, am I the other one who feels like something stands out like a sore thumb from the whole picture?
그래. 마침 잘 말했어. 나도 나만 이상하게 느끼는 건가 싶어 말을 안 했거든.
Oh, yeah. Glad you brought it up. I didn't say anything because I thought it was just me.
로자 씨.
Yes?
그래서 뭐가 이상하다는 건데?
If a character consistently uses the pun, you kind of have to address it in translation somehow. They don't really. They don't really. I feel like that's kind of funny. Because you just listen to the voice acting for long enough and you realize exactly what's being said. But they don't really acknowledge it in the translation. It's just there. So what's so off about this place?
그야 당연히.
Isn't it obvious?
웰컴 코드가 너무 적잖아.
Where'd all the complimentary snacks go? What's that weird mystery table at the center of this room? Oh. They weren't on the same page. They were close, but they weren't.
어라? 그러고 보니 저런 게 왜 여기에 있지?
Uh-huh. That is kind of weird, though. What's that table doing there?
색이 밝은 것이 꽤 귀엽구려.
Its saturated colors are quite the pleasant sight to behold.
아는 좀 어떤...
So is it any better in...
아니, 뭔가요? 저 흉측한 탁자는?
What the hell is that hideous table? Imagine if the element they take from this Intervallo and put it into the next one is the table. Frick. Guess if they are transiting it while writing it, there's not a risk of a plot point hinging on it. Not sure how they are writing it. Well, there's not a plot point hinging on it. So I'm guessing that's how they get away with it. The kerfuffle sparked by the particularly unsightly piece of indoor furniture calmed somewhat once everyone made it inside the building. Of course, no one is able to discern the real purpose of that table yet.
걸을 때마다 신발에 검은 것이 묻어나고 있다.
Every step on the floor leaves black residue on the shoes. Yeah, result? Yeah?
바닥만이 아니군요. 벽에도 만질 때마다 검은 무언가가 묻어나오고 있네요.
Not only the floor. Touching the walls leaves an unidentified black substance on one's fingers. Yeah, Faust?
거기에 벽이 묘하게 찰랑이고 있어. 도대체 무엇으로 만든 벽인지.
Not to mention how the walls ripple in an odd fashion. What could possibly be the construction of this structure?
뭐 어지간히 관리를 안 한 거겠지.
Faust, Yising, and Mersalt were like, wait, what is this place? And the Gregor's like, well, I guess it's that the maintenance staff's been slacking.
그렇다기엔 또 꽤 정갈하단 말이지. 내가 개차원인들에 하도 돌아다녀서 진짜 사람 손이 안 닿은 거랑 구분은 꽤 잘하거든.
And then Heathcliff is like, but wait, there's something wrong too. Maybe, but why is everything so neatly organized if that's the case? I've been to enough seedy establishments to tell when a place has gone a while without a tidy up.
그래도 방마다 침상은 하나씩 있는 것으로 보입니다, 관리자님. 부족하지만 휴식은 취할 수 있겠군요.
I'm fairly certain that Aldous knew something was wrong here, but she's also dismissing everybody going like, wait a second, something's wrong. At least it appears that each room is furnished with a bed. But this is far from optimal, Executive Manager. We may be able to rest here.
시간이 없긴 없었나 보지.
Huh. I guess they really didn't have the time to clean up. Ga Shikshun, the last person to walk in after having taken her time to examine the area outside the lobby, stared blankly around the room with an aghast expression.
성의가 없어도 너무 없어서 기가 차네.
I'm not even sure what to say to this ridiculous negligence. Then found the room after leaving a scathing remark.
에휴, 우리가 뭐 수상 적은 거 한두 번 당하냐? 이러다가 한바탕 하자고 하면 하는 거고 뭐.
It ain't the first time I saw it turn right into some shady business in it. Let's just cross that bridge when we come to it, yeah?
아유, 뭐 아까 그 양반 수상한 건 지나가는 애도 할 정도니까. 아유.
I guess. Anyone could tell that there was something definitely wrong about that guy. Some sinners, including Heathcliff, had already slumped to the floor, vociferously expressing their desire to rest with a collective sigh of exhaustion. Well, it is pretty weird, but at least we have a roof over our heads.
그렇다면 단테, 휴식을 선언해도 좋을 것 같네요.
In that case, Dante, perhaps this may be a good time to announce today's close of business. Huh. I've never made this announcement outside the bus before. Oh, right. I hereby confirm today's close of business for the sinners.
네, 감사합니다. 지금부터 변동 가능성을 가진 최대 12시간의 수면 및 휴식을 시작합니다. 좋은 밤 되시길.
Understood. Thank you kindly. Starting now, you all will be given a maximum of 12 hours to partake in sleep and rest. The duration is subject to change. Have a good night. As soon as she finished, the sinners each began to relax in their own ways. Some stumbling into the rooms, while others lingered to speculate over the bizarre table at the center of the room. Save for Aldous, that is. Got something to say, Aldous?
예, 관리자님. 아까 그 경도라는 자 말입니다.
Wait, did you actually say it?
예, 관리자님. 아까 그 경도라는 자 말입니다.
No, wait.
예, 관리자님. 아까 그 경도라는 자 말입니다.
경?
예, 관리자님. 아까 그 경도라는 자 말입니다.
I can't tell. Yes, executive manager. It's about our guide. Xingtao. Xingtao. Oh, your new best friend from earlier. Seemed like you guys were getting along pretty well. Oh my gosh.
예? 그런 게 아닙니다. 제가 신호도 보내지 않았습니까?
What? That is simply untrue. Did you not see the signal I gave you earlier? What signal? Dante, we love you. Oh, you mean when you nodded slightly in my direction?
예. 그자는 이리저리 의혹을 꺼내 들어봐야 이곳의 지리를 이용해서 우리를 기만하기 쉬운 자였습니다.
Indeed. That individual has an informational advantage over us when it comes to this locale. Regardless of how sound the accusations come up with were, he would have been able to explain them away using his familiarity with the region. Yep.
차라리 기회를 봐 그런 식으로 친화를 포장하고 의도대로 어울려주는 것이 정보가 모자란 저희가 취할 수 있는 가장 안전한.
I thought, as a party with an informational disadvantage, it would be wise to feign camaraderie and friendship with that individual and go along with our plans while trying to dig out as much intel as possible. Yep. I seriously thought that suspicious guy totally won you over?
제 경력이 몇 년인데 어찌 그런 티가 풀풀 나는 첩자에게. 아닙니다.
Executive manager. I've been in this business for many years. How could he even imagine that I would be fooled by an amateur spy so overly it's nothing. Alice's disappointment was palpable, but she stopped herself as though she remembered that there were more importance at hand. Or she nearly, gave herself up.
그자가 언제까지 저희와 함께할지는 모르겠지만 홍루, 가복을 제거하기 위해 처음부터 LCCB에 접근했다고 보는 것이 제일 합당한 추측 같습니다.
While it is uncertain as to how long that individual will be accompanying us, it would be reasonable to speculate that he approached the LCCB with the explicit purpose of eliminating Honglu. Gabo.
파일럿. 그 어수룩한 초보의 모습을 보면 그 근거로서 채택할 만하죠.
I present the fact that it was Pilot, that inexperienced greenhorn, who somehow conveniently came across this connection as another evidence supporting this suspicion. That's also true.
파우스트 측에서도 전달할 말이 있습니다.
Faust also has information to share. Faust joined the conversation after listening to us discuss for some time.
알려진 금기를 전부 확인해봤지만 간의 불가침이라는 금기를 찾을 수는 없었습니다.
A review of every known taboo has failed to identify one he called residential non-aggression taboo that universally prohibits acts of violence within residential areas. Yep. Then that also has to be.
거짓으로 예단하긴 이릅니다. 이 홍원이라는 곳은 구역에 따라 금기가 바뀌는 경우도 있는 것 같으니.
It is too early to come to conclusions regarding that matter. It appears that this area, Hongyeon, has taboos that change depending on your location within its territory.
하지만 여러 정황상 진실의 확률이 희박한 것도 사실일 것입니다.
However, considering every other circumstantial evidence, we can come to a conclusion that he was most likely lying to us.
부정하진 않겠습니다.
Your assessment cannot be denied.
그렇다면 저희는 이미 계획 속에 들어와 있을 것입니다. 아마 계속되었던 습격도 약속된 게릴라일 가능성이 높고.
In that case, we must already be deep within the enemy's machinations. The constant stream of random assailants we faced earlier was also most likely also a part of their plan.
지금도 함정 안에 들어앉아 있을 수도 있을 것입니다. 저희 모두가 이 뒷골목에 대한 정보가 많진 않으니.
It may very well be that this building itself is also a trap. Yet we lack the intelligence about this particular back streets to be certain.
하지만 저쪽도 저희의 전력을 너무 허접하게 분석했을 것입니다. 그러니 그런 잡배들을 수배해서 습격했을 것이고.
However, we do have one minor advantage. It seems that they have severely underestimated our capabilities. Given the low caliber of these assailants, they decided to send after us.
서로 정보가 부족한 상태입니다. 경계를 늦추지만 않으면 이 상황을 파괴할 수 있을 것입니다, 관리자님.
One thing we can capitalize on is that mutual lack of intel. Keep our guard up, remain alert, and we should be able to navigate our way out of this trap, Executive Manager. Okay, I get it now. I'm sorry about the misunderstanding. Honestly, I didn't know who or what to trust.
다음엔 전부 신뢰가 될 수 있으면 좋겠군요.
Dang! No boot licking, let's go. Then I would appreciate it if you could trust me fully next time. Otis bowed politely and returned to her room. Faust and I chatted a little more about Jingtao and his plans, but our discussion ended without bearing much fruit. Wow. Bum, bada bum, ba ba ba, bada ba, ba ba ba, ba ba. Rap, bada ba. I realized that Honglu was missing as I was spending time chatting with the sinners. I didn't notice him going into his room. So I walked to the exit, about to look for Honglu outside, and ran into Ga Chishun and Wei, who decided to stay in the room close to the door.
밤이 꽤 늦었어. 호의도 없이 어딜 가려는 거야?
It's getting late. Where are you going alone without a guard? Oh, just looking for Honglu?
생각해보니까 째깍대는 걸 내가 알아들을
Right.
수가 없구나.
Right. I can't understand what you're saying. Oh, right. When it comes to conversing without the sinners, I find that there are two types of people. The first type usually says whatever is on their mind without pausing for or caring to hear my reply. Given that this type of person isn't actually looking to communicate with me, that simplifies things a little on my end. However, it's also oddly insulting, as it seems as though they don't recognize me as a human, but rather a wall, or a clock on a wall. And the other type is the one that reads me so well that they might as well be able to hear what I'm saying. Vergilius falls into that latter category. He recognizes the pitch of my tics and talks, reads my body language, or sometimes even claims to see my expressions, like how Don Quixote does. And Ga Shixun, who saw through me with that short exchange.
그러니까 새벽 공기를 마시고 싶은 거야? 그 의체 보기와 다르게 호흡기는 남아 있는 거고?
Oh dear. Okay, let's see. Just looking to get some early morning air? Oh, does your prosthetic head even have a respiratory function? Wouldn't have guessed from the way it looks. Did not belong in either category. No! No, not really. I'm just looking for Honglu because I haven't seen him in a while.
고개를 젓는 걸 보면 아니라는 거네. 그럼 배가 고픈 거야?
You're shaking your head, so no. Then are you looking for something to eat? Oh my gosh. She's a new one. The type that tries to figure out what I'm saying without asking for help.
아가씨, 통역이 가능한 이를 데려오거나 깨우는 게
My lady, would it not be wise to wake or find someone who may be able to translate?
중대한 사안이었으면 이자가 먼저 그랬겠지. 그것보다 처음 물어봤을 때 했던 그 손동작은 뭐지? 이렇게 손가락을 볼쯤에 가져다 대는 동작.
They would have done that themselves if it were something important. I'm kind of curious though. What was that hand gesture you made when I first asked? You, brought your index fingers up to your cheeks. Oh no. Well, Honglu's always smiling. So I thought maybe I could simulate his smile to convey that I'm looking for him.
귀엽다나 예쁘다를 표현하고 싶은 것은 아닐지.
Perhaps it was an effort to express cuteness or beauty. What? No, I was just trying to express a smiling face. Oh no, this isn't going to be easy, is it?
뭔가 째깍대는 게 격렬해졌는데? 아무래도 그건가 봐.
No. Huh. They're tick-tocking a lot more vigorously. Hey, I think you're onto something. This conversation was starting to veer into a completely unintended territory. After a bit of trial and error,
오빠를 찾고 있는 거였구나.
They completely skip over how the frick we got to this part of the conversation. I see. You're looking for my big brother, huh? We took some very roundabout ways, but I was eventually able to get her to understand what I was trying to say.
뭐, 이 시간에 안 자고 있으면 뻔하지. 뒤쪽 휴게실에 가면 있을걸?
Well, if he's who you're looking for, that's easy. You should be able to find him by the lounge back there.
멀리는커녕 더 가지도 않았을 거야.
I doubt he got very far from there, if he even left.
뭘 말하려고 그렇게 용쓰나 했더니.
So that's what you're trying so hard to communicate. Gachikun was, strangely enough, disappointed and dispirited by my reply.
나도 너한테 말할 게 있긴 했는데. 됐어. 초친 기분이야. 다음에 말하자.
I did have something to tell you too, but never mind. I feel like the mood's been ruined. Let's talk about this at another time. I was curious, but it would also take ages for me to ask how she's feeling, so I nodded to express my gratitude before heading to the back entrance. And found Honglu gazing at the hazy scene out the opaque window. What are you doing here?
잠시 사람들을 보고 있었어요.
People watching. There were some people stumbling through the street outside. As I stared outside the window at the scene, Honglu seemed to sense what I was thinking and began.
제가 걱정되시나요, 단테님?
Are you worried for me, Dante? Well, yeah. It's your turn, Honglu.
그렇네요. H사에 돌아왔고 가주 선발 이야기가 잦아지는 걸 보면요.
It really is. I'm back at H-Corp, and everyone's talking about the family hierarch selection.
하지만 저를 신경 쓸 필요는 없어요.
But you don't have to worry about me at all.
저는 림버스 컴퍼니에 아무것도 소망하지 않았거든요.
Because I did not wish for anything from Limbus Company. But, really?
이상 씨처럼 본심을 숨기고 말하는 게 아니에요.
I'm not like you saying. I'm not hiding my true feelings.
날개를 되찾아 주겠다던가 하는 그런 멋진 약속을 저는 듣지 못했거든요.
No one gave me a wonderful promise like they would help me recover my torn and broken wings.
그저 새로운 경험이 될 거라 생각해서 왔을 뿐이에요.
I joined only to have some new experience. That's all. But we do know that something's definitely going to happen, whatever it might be. Something that will shake you to your very core. Even if you didn't wish for anything, going through something like that could...
아마도 그렇겠죠? 하지만 그래도 괜찮답니다. 누군가의 뜻에 따라 움직이는 건 익숙하거든요.
Probably, yes. But it's okay. I'm used to being led by the will of others anyway.
무슨 일이 일어나도 저는 아마 다른 분들처럼 하진 못할 거예요.
No matter what happens here, I can't do this like everyone else.
원래 그랬거든요. 제게 뭔가 일어나든 주변에서 일어나든 그저 저는
Because that's how it's always been. Whatever happens to me or to those around me, I only A loud, boisterous bellow suddenly cut Honglu off before he could even finish his sentence.
아이, 좀 놔봐. 저 자식이 또 열받는 소리를 하잖아.
Oi! Let go of me! Just listen to that sod talking and tell me I'm not supposed to get mad at that!
목소리 낮춰.
Dang it! Lower your voice! What are you guys doing back there? Gregor and Heathcliff, who are most likely hiding behind the entrance door, tumbled into view.
역시 이 자식이랑 같이 오는 게 아니었어. 그 잠깐을 못 참고 튀어나가서.
I knew I shouldn't have come here with this guy. Couldn't you be patient for even a few minutes before bursting out of here? How long have you two been...
내가 처음부터지. 처음에는 좀 괜찮게 말하나 싶더니만 뭐? 누군가의 뜻대로 움직이는 건 익숙해?
Listening? From the very start, course. I thought it was fine and making some sense at first, but what's that? That you're used to following others' will?
히스클리프 씨의 심기를 거스를 생각은 없었답니다. 사실을 이야기한 것뿐이에요.
I didn't mean to irk you, Heathcliff. I'm only telling the truth.
아, 찌뿔똥이야. 아니 벌레 아저씨, 내가 저 말본새를 보고도 참아야 해?
Bloody hell. I'm about to burst a vessel. Oi, buggy bloke. Am I supposed to practice patience after listening to that drivel?
벌레 아저씨라는 호칭을 내가 인내하는 만큼은 좀 참아야 하지 않을까?
I think I'm practicing plenty of patience despite you calling me buggy bloke out of nowhere. So yeah, you are.
아니, 그게 그런 뜻이 아니고.
Yeah, that's not what I...
이제 좀 조용해졌네. 아무튼 여트는 건 미안해. 대신 좋은 거 하나 알려줄 테니 좀 봐주면 안 될까?
Finally, some silence. Anyways, sorry about listening in, fellas. I'll let you in on some big secret if you let this one slide, though. What's the secret? Gregor rubbed his arm awkwardly as I stared at him in silence, then pointed at a pillar in exaggerated motion.
관리자 양반, 저쪽 구덩 뒤에 누가 숨어 있는지 알아?
Guess who's hiding behind that pillar, Manager Bud? With that, two familiar figures doubled out into view from behind the pillar.
이거 배신이에요, 그레고르 씨.
How could you betray us like that, Gregor? B-W-A-H-A.
재미없는 대화라 안 그래도 들어가 보려고 하셨대요.
Bad, weak, and highly annoying. Good night, snooze fest, she says.
이게 아닌가요?
Huh? Did I get that wrong?
안 둘은 아직 말하지 않았는데 된 건가?
I never said G and S. When did he get an FU? Ryoshi looked at Sinclair with some interest before slicing open the ceiling above the entrance. And with an uncharacteristically wet noise for something cutting through a wall, a black ink-like substance dripped onto the floor, followed by Rhodia and Autis crashing down after it. G-T-F-O.
와, 제 이야기를 들으러 오신 분이 생각보다 많았군요.
Didn't realize I garnered such an audience for my story.
관리자님, 저는 단지 방에서 나가시는 모습이 우려되어 호의하고자 따라 나왔을 뿐 세상의 욕심으로 엿들은 저체들과는 다릅니다.
Executive Manager, the sole reason I followed you out here was for the purpose of your protection. As I was concerned for your safety, I'm not like the others who have followed you merely to sate their curiosities.
나는 그냥 심심해서.
Oh my gosh, Rhodia, you're awesome sometimes. Me? I was just bored.
그럼 마저 대화할까요? 단테님?
Then shall we continue the conversation, Dante? Everyone, back to your rooms, now! Blah. Bum, bada bum, ba ba ba, bada bum, ba ba ba, ba ba. Level 60. There we go. That's on my level. Roughly. Alright. Alright. Ah, frick. Oh, no. That's fine. I don't have anything for you. Nor for you.
전원 집합. 이번 작품에 대해 논의할 시간이다.
After that little kerfuffle, just as everyone was scattering to the rooms, Alta suddenly began to vehemently oppose leaving me all on my own.
정말 괜찮으시겠습니까? 관리자님?
Are you absolutely certain, Executive Manager? Seriously, don't worry about it. I usually took the night watch on the bus anyway. Oh, I got a message on Discord. Blah.
그야 그렇습니다만 이런 불분명한 곳에서 잠드는 일은
That is true.
드물지라.
However, we are currently in an uncharted territory for our team. We do not have much experience sleeping at a place where our safety isn't an absolute guarantee.
어차피 바로 옆방이잖아요. 무슨 일 있으면 넘어오는데 5초도 안 걸릴 텐데요.
Hang on. Changing what Discord I sit in. Hey, we're literally right next door to them. It'll take less than 5 seconds for us to move over when something happens. 5 secs! Oh dear. That's a lot of sex. Do you not know that every second matters in emergencies?
자자, 보건 언니, 우린 나가자.
Now, Babushka the cop, let's get you out of here. An oddly familiar sequence of events and words played out, and they eventually left my room, gently closing the door behind them. Finally, some peace and quiet. I sit on the corner of the bed, surrounded by silence, and allow my shoulders to slump for once. I don't need to sleep like the sinners do, but the fatigue doesn't go away on its own. I needed some time to relax and empty my thoughts every once in a while. While I've got somewhat used to the pain, it still hurts like hell when I rewind the sinner's time. And the longer this journey got, the more frequent and severe the sinner's injuries became. They did get stronger, that's for sure, but so did our enemies, which means that my clock is always turning and turning without a moment to rest. So I think of the star. Before the great gates which I face with every revival, I witness its intricate grave engravings and feel its silent vibrations. Even after a whole year, I'm still no closer to understanding what they were supposed to represent. But by emptying my thoughts and just taking in the sights, I find myself calming down. Also, the wind is quite cool and crisp tonight. Wait, that's weird. Wind? What's this sudden chill? Something opened the window, but there's no way this gentle breeze could have unlatched and left my window wide open like that. And if it did, it would have made a pretty loud noise. Besides, this chill isn't coming from in front of me. I slowly turn around to look at where the window was supposed to be. Yeah. only to see a melted wall and an intruder slinking through this newfound opening. Who are you? As though driven by some unknown survival instinct, I rolled off the bed. But there was already a blade right at where my neck and head met, its steel a sharing cold. Just a little nudge, and I'd be dead before I could even make a tick. I remembered how worried Autis was to leave me alone. I thought she was just being paranoid. I should have trusted her judgment. Just as I was getting ready for my final struggle, my final moments filled with regret about not listening to Autis's advice. Hi, Ryoshu.
한심하게 얇은 칼이군.
What a pathetically thin blade.
그런 걸로 뭐 분할 수 있겠나?
Too delicate to have the clock CIH, don't you think? Ryoshu leapt down from the ceiling and deflected the assailant's dagger away from me. What? Ryoshu!
좋은 구경거리가 생길 것 같아
Snuck in thinking I was about to see something interesting, but
짐승을 만날 줄이야.
you're just some beast with steel. I looked up to see the ceiling torn open, dripping with viscous paint-like fluid just as I saw earlier during my conversation with Hong Lu.
관리자님, 괜찮으십니까?
Executive Manager, are you unharmed? An Autis peeking out from the gap. DIH? CIH? No idea. Clock in hand? No. I have no idea.
천장에서 숨어 지켜볼 수 있다는 걸 알려준 건 이 오티스입니다. 기억해 주십시오.
I, Autis, was the one who instructed Ryoshu that the ceiling had a room to hide in. Remember that.
헛소리. 그만하고 빨리 도와라.
Yeah. Shut up and help me.
짐승이란 것 치고 내를 먹는군.
Oh, I thought this one was just some beast with steel.
버스 타기 전이었으면 분명 칼날째로 상반신을 갈라냈을 텐데.
I could have cut this beast in half, sword and all, had I not been on the bus.
자네들은 입사와 동시에 모든 능력치가 하향되었다네.
Your abilities were diminished the moment you're hired by this company. Equally defanged and empowered, if you will. Suddenly recalled Hohenheim's commentary back at the LCE. I had a vague notion of what he meant, but now I was really feeling it. NFW. What is happening? Just as Ryoshu was struggling to stop that one blade, the intruder pulled out another dagger with her other arm and slashed at Ryoshu's neck. A beast of a Haisho pack. The intruder would have cut her throat had Wei not burst through my door.
지금 너희를 부리는 자는 누구지?
Who wields you now? Cash in hand? Oh, possibly.
대화가 이루어질 리가 없나?
I don't suppose dialogue is an option. Light enters not the vast garden, yet falls a star into its fathom still. NFW, you recognize? The intruder reached into his clothes, muttering an odd invocation. Little shit! A talisman!
왜? 정신 못 차려?
Wait, get it together!
아가씨.
My lady. Just as the intruder's muttering began to grow intense, Ga Shikshun leapt into my room and struck the stranger with her fan.
저 시시껄렁한 주문을 다 읊게 할 셈이야? 조금만 더 있었으면 큐사의 그 부적이 작동할 뻔했다고.
I just had to correct something real quick. We're going to let that bastard finish that stupid spell? They almost activate the Key Corp talisman.
죄송합니다. 아무래도 아직 그 주문에 영향을 받는 것 같습니다.
Apologies, my lady. It seems that I still remain somewhat bound by that spell.
넌 이제 흑수가 아니야. 내 측근이라고. 더 이상 저런 것에 휘둘릴 필요 없다는 걸 기억해.
Yeah. Listen, you're no longer a high show. You serve me now. Got that? You don't have to let those things control you anymore.
예, 죄송합니다.
Yes, my lady. My apologies. I fell limply to the bed with a sudden alleviation of stress and pressure.
당신. 어차피 말이 안 통하잖아.
Everybody get down! I'll keep going. Hey, are you... I can't understand them anyway.
몸에 손을 대진 못했습니다. 그 전에 제가 막았으니.
Managed to stop the assassin before he laid a hand on them, fortunately.
알았어. 일단 한 놈뿐이었던 것 같으니까 불부터 켜고.
Got it. I don't think there was anyone else in here. Let's switch the lights on. When the lights came on, we saw...
이 자식, 묘인 거야?
This one's from a Mio branch, isn't it? There is a black bamboo hat wearing assassin on the ground. The walls! The walls that appeared solid before we all went to sleep were now melting away as if they were a viscous fluid.
역시 건물 자체가 뭔가 이상하군요.
There is something wrong with this building.
건물에 수를 썼다는 것까진 알고 있었지만.
I knew that they must have done something to the building, but...
흑수가 어째서...
How is a high show here?
생각보다 뒷배가 있었다는 거겠지. 단지 가주 선발에 들떠서 우리에게 들러붙은 정도가 아니야.
This whole operation's gotta be spearheaded by someone with real power. This isn't just an ambush from an overexcited family hired contestant.
이해가 안 되는 건 왜 묘냐는 건데. 이 시계머리 목만 딸 생각이었으면 더 효율적인 흑수가.
What I don't understand is why the Mile branch. There are better high show branches to use if all they wanted was to cut off the clock's head.
목적이 그게 아닌 건가?
Then they must have had a different purpose, huh?
네, 흑수묘라면 분명 이자만 침투하지 않았을 것입니다. 흑수자 정도는 아니어도 때로 몰려다니는 것들이니.
Correct. This one is from the male branch of the high show packs, which means more of them must have infiltrated this building. Though not at the skill of the Z branch, the male branch always moves in groups.
바라는 것은 아마 아가씨를 포함한 이 객잔 투숙객 전체의 몰살.
Therefore, the goal must be to kill every guest staying in the Kashan, including you, my lady.
그렇다면 당장 둘러싸이지 않을 공간부터 확보해야 살아나갈 수 있겠네.
Then, we've got to get moving. We can't let them surround us if we want even a chance of surviving this. Hi, Dawn. Sinners burst into my room, slamming the door open again.
그대들.
They're...
감사는 나중에. 당장 안 움직이면 다 죽는다고. 왜?
Thank me later. If we don't move our asses, we're good as dead. Way? Yes.
본가에 있을 세력본대와 연락을 취하기엔 늦었어. 적은 인원으로 여길 살아서 벗어나가려면 알지?
We don't have the time to contact the main forces of our faction at the family mansion. You know what to do when we're at a numerical disadvantage, right?
받들겠습니다, 아가씨.
It will be done, my lady. Gashi, Shun, and Wei immediately stormed out of the room as soon as they saw the sinners enter, as though they've been waiting in here for my protection. Don Quixote and Gregor stood red-faced and on edge. Mersault was covered in battle wounds, and Altus wore an inscrutable expression.
그저 면목이 없습니다. 다른 소속의 이가 관리자님을 지키게 하다니.
I stand before you in shame to have to borrow the hands of another to protect the executive manager. No, I should have listened to what you said.
벽에 녹아내리는 형태로 파악하건대 모든 수감자에게 동일한 방식으로 침입한 것으로 보입니다.
Extrapolating from the pattern by which the walls have disintegrated, it is likely that they utilize the identical means of infiltration for each sinner. Oh, right. Were you attacked by bamboo-handed assailants too?
하나가 아니었네 날이. 때로 덤볐지만 여럿의 습격이라 생각지 못할 정도로 고요했네. 하마터면
Their ranks numbered many. Manager Esquire. Yet, for how many of them there were, they were unsettlingly quiet, silent. Verily, we were almost...
하마터면이 아니야. 오면서 슬쩍 봤는데 우리 애들도 좀 당했어. 나오다가 칼에 끼어 죽었다고.
Not almost. I saw on the way here that some of us did get killed, impaled straight through the guts. So what he said about fighting indoors was a taboo.
네, 거짓일 테죠.
Yes, a lie. How?
암수 따위 정의롭지 못하지만 지금은 그런 걸 논할 때는 아니겠지.
How utterly cowardly and unjust of these vile cur to strike from the shadows. Alas, now's not the moment to ruminate upon their villainy.
그래, 맞다.
Correct. Besides,
아직 저들은 우리를 포기하지 않은 것 같군.
there's more of them waiting to sink their blades into us. Ah.
여러분이 이때까지 겪었던 일은 전부 보고서로
I'm not particularly worried. We have pretty good identities here.
도대체 어떤 사람들일지 다들 궁금했어요.
By good identities, this is we have some high show here.
행동을 앞세우는 실험 정신을 가진 사람들은 늘 없거든요.
And a Merceau with ego. Ha! I suppose I'm thinking about something. I recently went through and it was just like, well, for Focus Friday today, I was like, I've realized if I had money, I would have like had different options for Focus Friday today, because a game called Forbidden Solitaire released, and I was like, yeah, oh my gosh, yes please, but no. Next time though, next time. I should have paid soon-ish. So that's something that's been on my mind. Just like, I want to play the Forbidden Solitaire. Yeah. It's Solitaire.
아, 여기선 이런 공격이 잘 먹히는군요.
That's something I think about. I am feeling vaguely like distracted because I am watching someone else's stream in the side, but That's just standard stuff.
이외에 특별히 첨언할 이유도 없고.
일리 있는 의견. 그걸로 하지.
I definitely did like this event when it happened.
가치 없군.
I am beginning to feel the like.
이번으로 몇 번째 통과죠?
17번째라네. 확실히 관리자의 지위가 동반된다면 승률이 상당히 높군.
Wow.
생동감이 살아있는 좋은 공간이 됐고.
I got a bunch of stuff.
이런 식이었으면 좋겠어.
I got a bunch of stuff. I don't have enough for the ouches identity, but wow. That was the sound of my brain just saying, "Oi, shut it," and just kind of. I am now just. Whoa. Do I play through this on stream or do I do the rest on my own? I could do like as much of this on stream as I can, but yeah, but
선원 집합. 이번 작품에 대해 논의할 시간이다.
I could keep going for just a little bit for a couple more stages.
비록 함께 전장에
We
나서는 건
must
아니지만
fight the
저희를
middle,
이끌어준 건
and
단지
then I'll be fine.
이번에도
But then if I go to the middle, I might as well get to the end.
적확한 한압이었어.
I am feeling a small amount of exhaustion from today. Oh dear. Oh, no. We reached that point in the stream where I was like, do I keep going? Yes. Oh dear. On a slightly different note, just talking about this. Since I work at a cookie shop and like my life is a little bit more stable, I feel a lot less pressure from like streams, actually, oddly enough, because it's not my only source of income. So I can basically just say, ah yes, I like streaming, it's a lot of fun. And not have to be like, I need to pursue being like acceptable to people on streams. I don't need to, I can be tired all I want. Yeah. Who's gonna stop me? I like being tired like this on stream. Wow.
유효타 좋아. 계속 집중하지.
일리 있는 의견.
It's like a lot of pressure has been released.
가치 없군. 죽어.
A lot of things are more fun, but it's not the thing you need to live. Exactly. Yeah. That being said, the amount of exhaustion of something feeling is like pretty high, but I'm okay.
아, 이런. 아무튼 놀라운 한방이야.
그걸로 하지.
가치 없군. 이번으로 몇 번째 통과죠?
17번째라네. 확실히 관리자의 지위가 동반된다면 승률이 상당히 높군.
정리가 좀 됐나?
I think we're safe for now. Subject tells me they're not fighting us at full force. At least we routed them. So hopefully that means something. Ah, where'd Don Quixote go? Huck, but I'm here. Don Quixote rushed into my room from the hallway outside.
다른 수감자들 쪽엔 문제가 없었는지 확인하고 왔네. 그쪽도 습격받은 것 같더군.
I can't to spy if the other sinners had suffered as we have. Fairly, they were indeed targeted as well.
대부분은 습격에 잘 대처했네. 곧 이쪽으로 복귀할 것 같네만.
Most defended themselves well against the Kurds and shall be here post-haste. Yet
당한 녀석도 있는 거야?
not everyone survived, huh?
싱클레어 군과 이상군은 전투에 흔적은 있지만 당황해서였던 것인지 서로 다리가 엇갈려진 채로 최후를 맞이했다네.
Young Sinclair and Yisang, while it appears that they had risen and battled, they were caught unawares by our foes. 'Tis likely that their demise came soon after tripping over each other's foot.
볼성사납군.
How embarrassing.
그리고 히스클리프 군은
And young Heathcliff, he...
그 양반은 패싸움에 이골이 난 양반이잖아. 그런데도 당한 거야?
Isn't that fellow a resident mob fight expert? How'd they even get him?
당하긴 누가 당했다고 그래?
They didn't get me, mate. I'm good as new. Heathcliff.
왜 못 볼 거 보는 표정이냐 넌?
What's got you so gobsmacked, lass?
그야 여기로 오기 전에 뒤통수에 칼을 맞는 히스클리프 군을 보고 온 참인데 그새 관리자 나리가 시계를 돌려준 것이요?
I recall a blade piercing young Heathcliff in the back of his head. Does that turn the clock for him already, Manager Esquire? No, not yet anyway.
아이씨, 어쩐지 뒤통수가 간지러.
Blimey, so that's what this funny itch on the back of my... Heathcliff reached up to rub the back of his head, then crumpled to the floor mid-sentence. Heathcliff's not breathing anymore. He's dead. How'd he even manage to walk all the way over here with a hole on his head?
관리자님, 다른 수감자들이 속속 모여들고 있습니다.
The other sinners are starting to gather, Manager.
한심한 놈들이긴 하지만 전력은 보강할 수 있다면 보강하는 편이 낫다고 여겨집니다. 관리자.
As pathetic as this force may be, we cannot spare any hands at the moment. Executive Manager.
또한 아직 로비 쪽에 전투 소음이 있으니 빠르게 합류해 보는 것이 좋을 것 같군요.
We must also join the others as soon as possible and assist them. There are sounds of altercation coming from the lobby. Gotcha. Bach turns as it always does. Sometime later.
와, 다들 거기 멈추시죠.
Whoa, please, hold on a moment.
너.
You. I can still see some people inside the lobby, which is also in the bizarre process of melting away. Among them, I noticed Gashi Shun clashing against a figure wearing a bamboo hat.
벌써부터 공격적으로 나오네. 흑수를 부릴 정도의 사람이 이렇게 우리를 노린다니.
Going on the offensive already, huh? How come a big shot in control of a high show pack decided to come after small fries like us? And behind the black bamboo hat wearing assassin stood...
안전을 확보하셨다 생각하여 뒤를 캐신 모양입니다만 이미 제 주인 되시는 분께서는 대처를 마친 뒤지요.
I see that you've tracked me down, so certain of your own safety, but my master has already prepared countermeasures. There stood Jing Tao, our supposed collaborator who led us here, and Wei, who certainly came with a sword.
네 놈의 계략이었나?
So you were behind this.
당신입니까?
It's you.
흉계가 있다는 건 알았지만 제법 성급하게 움직이더군.
I sussed out that you'd be planning something like this, but you lacked the patience to pull it off.
눈치가 빠르셨군요. 소인에게 아주 마음을 놓은 줄 알았습니다만.
You're quite observant. I thought I had completely won you over.
H사에서 살아남아 부귀 영화를 누리는 방법은 하나.
You must know that at H-Corp, there is but one path to survival and riches.
가주 후보자를 골라 섬겨 충의를 다하는 것. 하지만 곱게 자라기만 해 야망 같은 건 한 톨도 없는 보옥도련님을 누가 섬기겠습니까?
Choose a family hire candidate and serve them with utter loyalty. But who in their right mind would serve young Master Bo? He who has grown up with no hardship, he who doesn't possess even a single speck of ambition.
이 똑바로 간수 안 해? 야, 너는 저딴 취급을 받는데 아무 말도 안 할 거야?
Thank you, Heathcliff. You shut your bloody mouth, yeah? And you, rich boy, oi, are you just gonna sit there and let that bloke talk shite to your face?
하지만 야망이 없는 건 사실인걸요?
But he's right that you don't have any ambitions.
너 자존심이란 게 없냐? 왜 이렇게 없는 게 많아?
Have you got no self-respect? What do you have anyway?
그만. 좀 조용히 해봐. 뻔한 도발에 하나하나 대꾸해주지 말고.
Okay, everyone, shut up for a second. He's obviously taunting you. Stop indulging him. Wei, speak.
네 놈에게 흑수를 부릴 재주가 없다는 건 안다.
Bless you, child. Bless you. Oh, good girl. Good sneezes. Good girl. Oh, yeah. Child sneezing. So adorable. I know that you have no means to wield the high show pack.
그러니 네 말대로 누굴 골라 섬겼는지 밝혀라.
So speak. Which master did you choose to serve? Who controls them?
됐다. 궁금하다지 않느냐?
Ah, so they are
검을
curious.
거둬라, 자로.
Stay your sword, Silo. Another unfamiliar voice from the shadows.
도련님, 괜찮으신 겁니까?
Young master, are you certain this is wise?
됐어. 어차피 새벽 이슬에 쓸려나가 청소되어 버릴 것들.
Worry not. They're destined to be swept away by the morning dew anyway. Oh my gosh, I forgot how annoying you were.
달라질 것이라도 있겠는가?
The trajectory of their fate shall not alter course, were they to witness me. The voice soon reveals himself from the shadows, walking into the light with a casual, assured gait.
이건 좀 어이가 없는데?
Huh? Seriously? You?
그렇군요. 당신은
I see. You're...
본좌의 명성을 아직 듣지 못한 무지렁이를 위해 친히 이름을 밝히겠네.
Allow me to grace you ignoramuses with my exalted name.
사시 이화.
I'm Yihua of the Shy family.
유력한 가주 후보. 그렇게 소개함이 옳겠군.
You may know me as a very prominent candidate to the throne of the family hierarchy. I forget how much of an annoying prick this guy is. Ah! This freaking guy. It's like, yes, you're gonna be swept away. And, yes. I do hope that you find everything sweeping. And just, that's the kind of guy he is. And I'm just... Nah. Forgot that. I have a bunch of different shards now. Doesn't quite matter. Yay! We're about to fight the middle! Yay!
군주가 나서
이제 의로움을 세우기 위해서
잠깐.
주분께서 모이를 뿌리셨으니
보는
어디서 뱀 기어가는 소리 들리지 않아?
소재가
나를
와.
준비한 대로만 하면
와. Prominent.
그래. 흑수를 넣은 나는
But of
정말로
course,
유력한
I claim
후보지.
control of a branch of the high show packs.
불사의 강을 찾겠다고 쓸데없이 밖에서 시간을 쓰는 너와는 차별화되는 점이지 않겠나?
You're wasting your time out there searching for the river immortality or whatever. She found it.
이건 뭐 어디서부터 딴지를 걸어야 하는 걸까?
I don't even know where I'd even start. to refute your brain-dead accusation.
긴 말하기도 싫어. 당신을 오빠라고 부르고 싶지도 않고.
This is way beneath me. I don't even want to address you as my senior either.
누구야? 환 오빠? 아니, 환 오빠가 당신 같은 사람과 말을 섞는 건 상상이 안 되는데.
So who's it? Big brother Hyun? Nah, I can't imagine he'd ever be interested in someone like you.
지금 무슨 소리를 하는 거지?
What are you talking about?
당신이 붙은 쪽을 묻는 거잖아. 묘를 부리는 사람이 누구냐고. 그쪽이 감히 할 수 있는 영역이 아니잖아. 그치?
I'm asking whose teat you was suckling on to gain control of the Mao branch. Because we both know for sure that there's no way in hell you have the means to control them, right?
이 조망만한 게.
You little dwarf.
그것도 당신이 말하기엔.
Are you sure you want to insult my height from where you're standing?
이화님?
Master Ihwa? It doesn't seem like the mastermind of this operation was actually anyone important.
저 비열한 관상에 배신자 같은 인간이 당황하는 것을 보아 그런 것 같긴 하군요.
Agreed. I could tell by just the look of that traitor with the physiognomy of a deceiver.
말이 안 통하는군.
Whose teat he was sucking on is an interesting turn of phrase. This is a waste of time. Hey, Silo! Silo! Cut them all down!
본래 내려진 명령은 암살.
The mission was to assassinate them.
이대로 저들을 뚫어내며 후보들의 목을 떨구는 것까진 이야기된 내용이 아니다.
To meet them in an open battle, to take the lives of hierarchy candidates, was not what was agreed upon.
무슨 말이 그렇게 많아? 하라면 하는 거지.
What the fuck? Blah blah blah! Just shut up and do as you're told.
당신의 호신을 위한 전투는 이행할 여지가 있으나 그 이상은 불가하다.
I may fight to protect your life, yet I cannot do more.
흑수는 목줄을 가진 분의 명령을 따를 뿐.
A high show heeds no voices but that of the one who holds their leash. Looks like that she Yuhua doesn't even control these guys.
호가호이라는 동부말이 있어. 아무래도 호랑이를 배후에 둔 여우의 꼴이 아닐지.
There is an apt saying, often invoked in the East. A fox may pretend to the throne, but only with the blessing of the tiger.
거기도 잡소리를 끄란 말이야.
Shut up over there!
진짜 흑수놈들 일 하나도 똑바로 처리하지 못하고.
Damn it! This high show pack is useless! Can't even get a simple job done!
이완님, 어차피 흑수들은 계획의 방비책일 뿐이었습니다. 어차피 진짜는
Master Yihua, the high show pack was here merely as a backup plan. Our true strategy involves.
그렇지.
True.
어차피 청소는 다른 놈들이 할 테니까.
Why? This is fine. I have other plans to sweep you all away.
청소의 언급이 잦군요.
This is the second time this individual has made an odd emphasis on a variation of the word sweep.
뭐 청소부를 매수라도 했다는 말인가요?
What? Are you saying that you bribed the sweepers or something?
반응은 매우 수상쩍지만 그럴 가능성은 한없이 영에 수렴합니다.
While their reactions may appear suspicious, that suggestion is almost an absolute impossibility.
그들의 명령 체계의 가장 위에는 머리가 있습니다. 바꿔 말하면 머리 위에 있는 누구도 명령할 수 없다는 것이죠.
The head is at the top of the sweeper's chain of command. In other words, only the head possesses the authority to command them.
그렇죠. 애초에 말도 안 되죠.
Right. Yeah, of course.
거기에 더해 그들은 뒷골목의 밤 동안 거주 공간으로 정해진 곳을 건드릴 수도 없습니다.
Moreover, they are prohibited from touching, let alone entering, any designated residential areas during the night in the back sheets.
이것은 머리가 최초부터 통제한 바꿀 수 없는 금기.
This is a permanent, immutable taboo of the head, one of the very first to be introduced.
메피스토 팰리스를 이동식 거주 공간으로 인정받기 위해 온갖 서류를 통과시키는 노력을 한 것도 전부 이 금기를 이용하기 위함이었으니까요.
The effort of going through a myriad of paperwork to ensure that Mephistopheles is recognized as a residential vehicle was ultimately to capitalize on this taboo.
그래, 그 말대로지.
Yes, it is exactly as you say.
괜히 쓸데없는 말로 사람 간을 졸이게 하다니 말이야. 치, 분위기가 상했군.
What a stupid question to ask, making me anxious out of nowhere. That soured mood.
이만 철수한다. 어차피 얼굴만 비추려고 했던 것뿐이니까.
Come, let us leave. I'd only intend to have them see my face, after all.
이제 곧
Your
쓸려나갈
punchable
놈들이니
face.
어차피 기억도 못하겠지만.
Too bad I won't even remember them in a few days once they all get swept away.
이화님.
Mr. 이화.
더 쓸데없는 말을 하기 전에 뜨는 것이 낫겠군.
Best leave before any more unnecessary words are said. House is right. These guys are acting way too suspicious to not have some scheme brewing back there. So overtly suspicious that I'm starting to wonder if they're trying to use reverse psychology on us into walking right into their trap. Well, when surrounded by nothing but uncertainties, there's a solution that usually works. Faust?
파우스트 쪽에서 먼저 제안하려 했습니다만 같은 생각을 하신 것 같군요.
Faust had intended to make the suggestion, but it appears that you share the idea. Yep. So, Autis?
Yeah.
Yes, executive manager. We have 12 sinners, Gashikshun and Wei on our side. And I don't think the so-called Mal branch are willing to fight. Which means that we only have 3 enemies. Shi Yihua, our guide, and Zylo, the assassin. We have the numerical advantage, don't we?
적확한 전황 판단입니다.
You always make the most accurate read of the battlefield.
뭐야, 무슨 말을 하는 거야? 뭘 자꾸 째깍거리면서?
See, this is what I was talking about earlier. How bizarre it must be to just hear tick, 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 and everyone's just responding to it. It's like, what? What's going on over there? What's that tick-tocking noise? Our former guide seemed to have figured out what our conversation was about, because he took a few slow, careful steps away from Shi Yuhua before bolting off into the distance. Coward. I've been thinking this all day, but he sure is a fast runner.
Ah.
But what is it, Honglu? Did you remember something?
네, 가문뿐이 아니라서 잘 떠오르지 않았네요.
I did. I had a hard time recalling this because he isn't from my family.
사씨 가문의 이화 형님이셨군요.
But I remember now. Your big brother Yihua of the Shi family, right? Didn't that guy just announce that to himself earlier? Anyways, Honglu, I'm gonna get that guy and beat the modus out of him. Is that gonna be okay with you?
저희 가문은 아니시지만 아마 이화 형님도 괜찮다고 생각하실 거예요.
He's not from my family, but I'm sure Big Brother Yuhua will be happy to answer your questions. Great. Another thing. As your commander, I should probably say something cool to start off the battle, right?
와, 그러면 정말 이야기에서 보던 멋진 장면일 것만 같은걸요?
Wow, that's going to be so cool, like something straight out of a story. I would have said something like this once. That even if one side has the absolute advantage in battle, the commander's words may be the deciding factor in who wins and loses. So I decided to borrow a few words from a book Honglu once sent to me. It was the general who said it, I believe. Destroy them all! Destroy them all. Hi, Millie.
와, 니네들 기분이 좋아 보인다. 뭐 재밌는 거라도 봤어?
How am I doing? Just kind of vibing. Yeah. Vibing and watching anime battles. Yeah.
이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
와.
저 개수는
관리자가 수정이라는 효과적인 공격 수단을 택했으니
Meow. Ah, dang it, I lost that one. Yeah. Also, my life is way more stable right now. That's pretty good. It's nice sitting in the world of stabilized. Yeah. Thank you. Then that's targeting Sheep Quixote. I'm winning! I'm winning. Wow. Yeah! Rah. Oh, see. Okay, you're getting my attention. I am sitting in the world of vaguely tired, which also means, oh, diggity ding boy. See. Indeed, I do seize it. I seize it. I seize it. Now we're showing off a bit. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I could have people react to that. Sheep Quixote is not doing the best though. Nah. Sheep Quixote is not doing the best. Then again, get ready because Faust knows where the closest gas line is. It's right here. Up. Software as a service. Ah. Sheep Dawn just got staggered. Yeah. Doing better against Xylo though. Oh, I noticed that you guys are not moving. Are you okay? I think they passed out. That's as far as that chain can go. Oh, okay. I see. Oh, frick. You need to be. Oh, frick. No, hackies. I don't want Xylo to completely annihilate my people. Dang it.
내가 담배를 다 태우기 전까지 일어나지 않는다. 죽었다고 생각하고 모분해주지.
I'm vibing. I'm at the point where it's just like, oh yes, no more conversation, just vibes, just vibes. Am I good entertainer right now? No, I am all vibes. I am vibe clown. Yeah. I am all vibes. Absorb them. Absorb my vibe. But do not rate my vibes. That is a different thing. You will not rate my vibes. Nah. A strange tune crashes to the sound of this fierce battle. Is this electronic dance music? Something about it sounds familiar.
마침내
Let's go. Finally.
너희를 찾아다니느라 내 머리카락이 조금 더 버석해졌지.
Thanks to the merry chase you've led me on, I have slid ever so slightly further into the world of the bristly.
2주 10이랑 시해.
Tagging.
명부의 처형을 피해 다닌 놈들은 다리부터
Random question to try and make me prompt say something. It's fine. Let's see. Title 2, Section 11. Row C. The punishment for those who dare to flee from the middle's retribution begins by tearing their legs apart from the groin.
허비한 시간만큼 최대한 고통을 새겨주도록 하지.
I'll make sure you suffer for all of my time you wasted. I would be so happy if, like, it turns out that the part that's gonna be carried over from this from the hard mode Intervallo to the next Intervallo would just be Ricardo. That'd be awesome. Yes. I will make you suffer for all of my time you wasted.
이 새끼가 왜 여기 있어?
Well, what the fuck is that blotter doing here?
뭐 스토커야? 지금까지 따라다녔던 거야?
What the hell's wrong with you? You've been stalking us all along.
도둑놈을 쫓는 것을 언제부터 그렇게 말했지? 이놈들은 나는 아직도 푹신을 되찾지 못하고 있단 말이다.
Since when is chasing after a thief conflated with stalking? I'll have you know that I'm still banished from the world of the luscious thanks to you who dared to pinch my hair coupons.
저것도 뭐야? 제3세력.
What the hell? Where'd they come from?
너희 대체 어디서 원한을 맺고 다니는 거야?
You guys are just pissing people off left and right, aren't you? Yep, that's what Limbus Company does.
자로 저것들도 그냥 다 해치워버려.
Silo, take us out!
전혀 감이 없군.
What an utterly insular fool.
뭐라고?
What did you say?
모르겠는가? 저자는
Do you not know that man?
중지가 왜 여기까지 튀어나오는 거야?
What's the middle doing here? Ricardo, a big brother of the middle. The man who slaughtered the sinners like they were nothing. The man who almost forced me to self-destruct. Faust, don't tell me I have to get ready for that again.
네, 적어도 아직은.
No, not yet.
LCE에서 평가된 수감자들의 전력은 작년 대우수의 시점보다 증강되어 있었습니다.
According to the evaluation data at the LCE, the sinners' powers have grown since their time at the Great Lake.
아예 싸워보지도 않기에는 전투 승률이 유의미한 수준으로 상승했습니다.
Our chance of victory against this individual has risen to a meaningful degree to forfeit the battle before it even begins.
얼마나?
By how much?
믿어볼 만한 불확실성은 갖췄습니다.
enough to put our faith in the uncertainties.
지방 방송은 좀 끄도록 하지.
Alrighty then. Enough with the background noise.
뭐 때문에 싸움박질을 하고 있는지는 몰라.
I don't know what your business is with these thieves, but
내가 이 동부까지 몸소온 것은 반드시 직접 저 녀석을 내 손으로 집행하기 위해서다.
I've personally traveled all the way to the eastern part of the city because I simply must exact my vengeance against him with my two hands.
동부에서 활동하는 녀석들에게 맡겨도 됐지만 굳이 동부의 큰형님께 부탁하면서까지 말이지.
I could have simply informed my brothers in the east and let them handle this, but that just wouldn't do. I was determined to see this through to the end myself, even if it meant asking a great brother of the east for a favor.
그러니 거기 밤톨만한 것들은 저리 꺼져라. 중지의 명부 집행이 우선이다.
So you there, half pint and his cute mini entourage. Get the hell out of my sight. The middle book of vengeance comes first.
밤톨? 시끄럽군.
No.
머리카락만 정신사납게 염색해놓은 손가락이 절개게. 여긴 H사의 구역이라고. 본자는
Half pint? Keep out of the fat nip of yours, meaning of the fingers. You don't scare me at all with your cheap hairdo and that garish as hell botched dye job. You're in the H Corp turf now. I am.
와, 이건 우아 소리밖에 안 나오네.
Wow. Just wow. Bloody hell, mate. That's messed up.
하두남에 잡아먹혔나? 정말 앞뒤가 보이질 않나 보군.
He's far too absorbed in his own foolishness to see he's walking into his own demise. Unexpectedly, Ricardo's face wasn't contorted with wrath even after enduring that barrage of insults. Instead, he looked surprised. A moment of silence followed, during which he seemed to be absorbed in thought.
대단하군. 신기록이다.
Woo, impressive. You just set a new record.
나와 얼굴을 마주하고 15초 만에 장부의 이름을 적히는 건 네가 처음이다, 애송이.
You are the current record holder for how fast can I get written up in Ricardo's Book of Vengeance challenge, boy. You did it in 15 seconds. Then, with trembling hands, he reached down to grab his Book of Vengeance, opened it, and began to write something down on the paper, slowly and deliberately, as though to make each stroke of pen count.
싸가지가 상당히 부족하군. 직접 아가리를 찢는 형벌로 다스려줘야겠어.
Fortunately, your audacity is terminal. I will rip your jaws apart myself as punishment.
얘들아! 저 도둑 논팽이들은 너희가 맡고 있어라.
Boys, make sure that this little band of thieves won't get away while I deal with this pipsqueak.
뭐라는 거야? 사로!
What the hell is this asshole talking about? Hey, Silo!
넌 또... 아니 됐어. 막아봐.
Who the f... Actually, I don't care. Stop me if you can.
너도 포함해서 이 자리에 있는 것들 전부 직결 처형이다.
Effective immediately. The punishment for all involved parties and bystanders at the site of your crimes shall be complete and total extermination.
이쯤에 도망가면 될 것 같은데요?
I think we can slip away unnoticed in this mess. I don't think we got much of a chance there. Ricardo practically rocketed toward where Xylo and Shihua were standing in a burst of speed. But his henchmen had already begun to slowly surround us as he ordered.
다들 무기 들어요. 대호수에서의 서력도 갚을 겸해서 싸워보죠.
Ready your weapons, everyone. Payback time for what happened at the Great Lake. Let's do this.
저도 저 자식한테는 빚이 좀 있어서요.
Besides, I've got a score to settle with that son of a bitch. Yeah, and the music changes like, oh, frick yeah. I'm gonna win rate them though. I'm just like, yeah, I could win rate them. It's fine. Yeah. I freaking Ricardo's such a great panty sense. Hi Pinecorn.
이제 싱수에선 벗어났나?
Okay, at least spread out your attack a bit though. Stop all attacking one person, please.
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어.
예상 범위를 벗어났는데요?
유사 실험 기록이 있다면 나를 전송해주게.
Nope.
숨통 끊기.
I will refund that.
아무튼 놀라운 한
지금
방이네요.
완전 삼촌들이랑 고모대 같았어.
예사롭지가 않은데? 아주 작.
Yeah.
Get ready.
There's an explosive noise from a distance. A moment later, Ricardo.
흡수라는
Yep.
놈들이 독하다고는 들었지만 유달리
Give me a
튀는 놈들.
second. I will go through and refund the Switch game and practice drawing. Pinecorn, do you understand how the points work? I mean, I will play Friday Night Funkin' Song, but you did just use up all of the public imagination points in the bottom left. Nay. You don't understand how that works? Well, let's see. According to my guesses, let's see. Yep. Let's see if we take a look. Yep, everything's on cooldown. Wait, does that not have a cooldown? Ah, frick. Did I not set a cooldown for turn off the lights? Wait, it should automatically set the cooldown. Why is it not automatically setting the cooldown? It might be something in the code that's going wrong. You have conceived an idea most ingenious. Ryan! I think there's a problem with the code. It should be pausing these redeems, but it's not, is it? Now switch level cooldown, right? You think some changes you made would have made some things happen at the same time more often? Yeah. Let's see. This shouldn't trigger anything. Yeah, it does nothing. So, Ryan, quick question. It was supposed to go through, like, the code was originally made to go through and pause everything. Change up time.sleep to asyncio.sleep, which is supposed to let more things happen at once. I see. Yeah, that... The big problem is that the code is supposed to pause redeems when they're not able to be triggered, but I'm not seeing them paused here. Something got changed. Yeah. That being said, though, none of those redeems work now. The number in the bottom left of the screen is too low. That being said, I thought everything had a cooldown. At least turn off light should have had a cooldown, and it wasn't. You did a lot of changes based on ion linters, but you don't recall anything with that part. You can take a look. That would be nice. Thank you. Specifically, there's a part of the code that should pause redeems. Like, it checks what redeems are there. I was gonna respawn them stuff. Yes, I... Yep. Let's see. I'm just going here and just go... Bring that back up a little bit. There we go. That should be reasonable. Pinecorn, do you understand? Do you understand what the numbers mean yet? I will play a quick FNF song though. No, well, yeah, no, I'm too tired. Her landed before us with the boom. Had the high show the East were a tough bunch, but that lead was something else.
그런 놈이 갑자기 휙 사라져버리다. 왜지?
So why'd a woman like that Sunny split from a fight?
됐나? 명부에 기록해두지.
Not my problem, I guess. Just getting written down in the book too.
원래 목적대로. 에어 쿠폰 도둑놈들부터 선봐주마.
Time to take care of what I really came here for. Get ready for a beatdown, coupon thieves.
제가를 처음 쥔 형 누나들이랑 비슷한 느낌이네요. 아, 그러니까 어디가 비슷하냐면 힘을 얻은 분들 특유의 분위기가 똑같답니다.
Yeah. Yes. So behold, the consequences of your actions are just, you know, Code doesn't work exactly how you wanted it to. Stack nabbit. Yeah.
이 전투는 승리할 거예요.
Yeah.
아, 여기선 이런 공격이 잘 먹히는군요.
But yeah, I refunded a bunch of points. I didn't refund all of them. And I'm not doing all the actions because they were very clearly... This is a pause redeem status that should be set when games are meant to be paused. Are you seeing that? what it's supposed to be doing in the code is that I had programmed in a check for basically it'll loop through all the different redeems, check how many public points each one should take, and then pause the ones that are underneath the current amount of like imagination points.
기록을 남기면 해결할 수 있는 부류지. 개인적으로는 단순 무식한 개체들보다 상대하기 편하다고 생각한다네.
I am feeling tired though. Yeah. The unfortunate reality of somebody coming in and being like, oh yes, the pause redeem function. Yep. The pause redeem function should be triggered every single time there's something that like changes the amount of points there are. So something must have changed to make it so that that's no longer happening.
유연한 대응으론 좋은 결과를 보지 못할 거라네.
실험실은 튼튼하게 지어졌으니 대구를 적극적으로 활용해도 괜찮아.
Are you seeing a pause redeem's entry on that list in the control panel? Wait, is it in the control panel now? Why is it in the control panel? I don't see it in the control panel. It's that list of statuses in the middle of the win- Oh, okay. Pause redeem. Status failed. This custom reward is created by a different broadcaster or channel points are not available for the bot. It's doing that again. Why is it doing that? I hate it when it does that. Okay. It's not... No. It's claiming... I remember a little bit ago, the problem with stuff like that was caused by just it being unable to like, well, configuration issues basically. It was configuration issues.
조심하시죠. 전장에서 손깍지좀 두리번거리고 있다간 피가 끓어오른 두 개에게 쪼아묵힐 테니까.
I don't know. I don't remember. I have no idea why that becomes an issue. Because everything should be made by the program. There's... Unless if we change that too, like the part of the program that goes to make sure that every single command is created by it. That it creates every single one.
환상지나 뒤트인 중에서도 이런 타입이 제일 싫더라고요.
그래도 기록을 남기면 해결할 수 있는 부류지.
Say configuration to your config would have been transformed to JSON recently. I did hit save, yeah. That could be the issue, yeah. Wow. Could be the issue. Did try to test the transformation ahead of time though. It wouldn't necessarily have checked for any of the issues with that though.
방금은 좋지 않았어. 뭐 그럴 수도 있지. 포기하지만 말자고.
Like, it's not really a good way to test whether or not it'll be able to pause redeems. Hex no.
꽂혀보세요. 누군가에게 저주받는 기분이 어떤 것인지.
Yeah.
지나온 길을 생각하면
퍼즐은 풀어봤나? 순 사하면 어렵지 않은
Teddy
간단한
bear.
문제. 시 대를 죽어라 굴리다 보면 답이 나올 테지.
Oh yeah, I think Honglu is gone. Yeah, Honglu is gone. I'm just sitting here being like, vibe, vibe, vibe. Ah!
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
Good job, Ishmael. Yeah. You especially can't without redeems on your channel. Yeah.
이 전투는 승리할 거야.
Well, that wasn't a problem I was expecting to like test out, and I have no idea how long that's been an issue.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
Wow.
이런 건 몽둥이가 약이지.
But regardless, it shouldn't trigger anyways. Because there are multiple checks to see if it would work.
보상은 없음. 불끝 지원했군.
저기 보여? 아무리 봐도 엄청 위험해 보이는데. 내가 숨을 곳 알려줄까?
When are you done again? Checks like what? Oh, it basically just goes through and says like, okay, can you decrease the points here? No, but can you decrease the points there? No, but can you actually? But can you? But can you? Can you? And then it won't even trigger the redeems unless the points are there. I thought there was something like the battle ends at like halfway with this dude, but no, it might not be that. Like how that pause redeems it has if x dot cost is more than 0 and if s. Yes, exactly. Exactly like that. Because I could pass those, which makes sense, and then try to pause them, and that's when the art came from. Yeah. Big issues, I don't know why. And that's just annoying. Yeah. Wap, 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 wap,
나의 손으로 잘라낼 수 있다면
No! So yeah, it gave the issue when communicating with Twitch. Aha!
이 수많은 소원들 중 그대가 이루고 싶은 소원은 무엇인가?
Yeah! Good job, Don Quixote. Ah! Ow.
즐거운 시간이었는데.
이미 정해진 이야기를 이제 맞게 사로잡히시게. 이해해. 이런 건 학교에서 안 가르쳐주잖아.
닭돌주. 다음은
Well, we are beginning to drop like flies against like Ricardo, but we've almost reached a stagger point, and with Ricardo fights, it's usually the stagger point where it's like, okay, cool, we go into like cutscene, and this is where you're basically done. Just need to survive to that point. I don't exactly feel confident at this moment.
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
Partially because my code just broke. Let's see when you get this. Yeah. Ah. Yep. Just
이제 이렇게 되네. 예상한 것보다 피해가 커지는데요.
getting attacked like no one's business. Oh my gosh.
그런 냄새가 나요.
Please tell me you finish off at like the halfway point. Got to remember how far this goes. I don't remember. At this point, I'm just kind of. At this point, I'm just kind of sitting here and being like, okay, can we be done?
대상탑, 철침탄, 트렌치샷, 확산탄, 임상시.
Are we close? Is Ricardo close to being staggered? Is that the actual point where this like fight ends? Right, maybe not. Okay, how close are you, Ricardo? Your stagger point is at 1881 and you're at 1970s, so you have less than 100 to go. And you're doing your complete and total extermination move. Of which I can't exactly do a lot against. Maybe throw pursuance on it. Yeah. Just kind of hope we're fine. Yeah. Also, this one will heal, so yeah. Heal 2 of our centers a little bit. 1914. We're almost done. Ow. Ow. We're close. We're close to finishing this particular battle. Ow. You're at 1887. You're right on the brink. There we go. Staggered. Yes! I knew it. Okay, cool. Cool.
근처에 용세염이라는 구원커를 파는 곳 있나?
잠깐!
Wait! A shout cuts across the battlefield. Just the sudden appearance of Ricardo was making things incredibly more difficult for us.
뭐야? 아이 저 인간 도망갔다고 하지 않았어? 어?
Didn't that guy
갑자기
split?
나타나서 웃고
What's he doing
자빠졌는데?
here laughing his butt off? You're flying all the plot, eh? Phil plan after Phil plan takes a toe, I suppose. Well, maybe that was too much. But I mean, how could I not laugh, right? When after all that, everything comes together perfectly according to my plan. You hear this too, don't you? The sound of the city, the sound of the back streets. Do you hear the sound of crashing waves?
파도?
Waves? The sound of battle came to stop with she, Yupa's sudden shout. We all began to notice a low calling sound of omen that was rolling under the commotion. Something's melting, regurgitating, or perhaps rolling over. If not, it's seeping, it's siphoning. It's a trace that was that once living and dead. Crashing and breaking, devoid of any recognizable stops. The line between where it begins and ends blurred, yes, like
현재
waves.
시각 03시 21분. 이미 시작되었군.
Current time is 321 hours. Then it's too late.
이 시간에 버스 밖에 있었던 건 처음
And out
아닌가요?
in the back sheet. We've never been outside the bus at this hour, have we?
잠시 외곽에 발을 들였을 때도 새벽 4시를
It was past 4 in the morning when we briefly set foot in the outskirts. So no, we have. This would be our second time.
당시에는 외곽이라
Though it must be noted that the time of day was not a matter of concern then, as we were in the outskirts. They're finally getting all swept away like trash. I'll have waited for this moment. What's he on about? You can't possibly think that supers will somehow break the taboo to help you. So missing the point, botched purple thigh job. Silo, let us leave to his promised location.
뭐야?
Huh? Did you actually scammer all the way here just to gloat at us and run away? Indeed, Chiyuwa gloated us with confident boasts as though he was finally ready to face us, only turned tail again with an unmistakable look of relief.
이해가 안 되는가?
I don't get it.
마치
Doesn't actually
청소부들이
believe the supers will help him? Faust. Indeed, supers do not invade residential areas, however. What if where we're standing isn't exactly a residential area?
무슨 소리야? 분명 벽도
Walls,
있고
beds,
벽이
beddings,
좀
and
물감
I guess
같이 물컹물컹하긴
the walls felt
했지만
really mushy and
무겁기도
melty.
하지만
It wasn't just Rhodia who realized what was going on. The other sinners all began to look around in confusion as well. The walls of the Kijon had all but melted away, leaving us behind. As though the place we slept the night in was but a house and a painting. Our realization came too late, as the wave-like noise from earlier had already approached right up to where we were. And unlike the other times, when they'd simply part around the bus, they were cutting straight into the remnants of our lodging. What's going on?
이게
Here.
말이
It's ridiculous.
머리에 청소부
Sweepers.
따위가
How dare they
감기를
break the
넘겨.
taboo so brazenly?
이 물결을
Looks like I'll be
직접
facing the
맞아보는
waves tonight.
왜 기대가 된다는
Why are you
듯이
so excited about this?
말씀하시는
I mean, we've got to
확실한 것부터 정하자.
make some things clear.
확실.
It's clear that
이대로 가만히
if we
있으면
do nothing but stand around,
우리가
they'll sweep
청소될
us all
거라는
away. Damn it.
싸우는 것 말곤 방법이
We have to
없다는
make our
점도
stand
확실.
here. Okay. That being said, I'm not doing that on stream. I am tired. I'm also clown. This is important. I gotta do this on my own. I didn't manage to get the Heathcliff Ricardo, but I'm gonna, yeah, whatever. I gotta play this on my own. Yeah. You're gonna raid out the Xian cat? I'm sorry, I am so tired right now. Thank you all so much for watching. Please remember to always be awesome, always be kind, and keep observing something silly could happen. Like on Sunday, where I can do Game Switch show. But until then, bye! And also Clown Raid. Bye!